massive welcome to the home of amputee football for the EAFA Cup event at Reaseheath College. We're delighted to be joined by myself, Owen Coyle, and also Sean Jackson. Welcome, Sean.
Good afternoon. Welcome everyone watching from home. Exciting day ahead.
Yeah, really excited to be here. The two teams that are going to kick off today's event is Portsmouth against Chelsea. So as we go, we will speak about the rules and laws of the game of amputee football for those maybe not familiar. We will also give a little bit of education around the team, some individual backgrounds, and of course give commentary to the game. So first and foremost, the games will be two 25-minute periods. There will be a timeout per half per team, and of course there will be a 10-minute break in between. We're delighted to be joined by Film My Match, who are the live broadcasters of today's event, and we're really excited to get going. So Portsmouth will kick us off in black and red, and Chelsea in their traditional colours of blue will be up against them. Just waiting in the next few seconds for kick-off before the game goes live. Here we go, TJ Yates kicks off the game and we're underway. Portsmouth, Sean, have had loads of success over the last few years. Obviously yourself as an Everton player, how's it been to be up against them and against some of the other key players that are involved today?
Yeah, like you say, they've been the dominant side for a good 2-3 seasons now, and always a tough opposition, especially with this man here, Jay Tregaskis, making things happen for them this year.
Yeah, Portsmouth are off to a flyer. Jamie Tregaskis getting on the ball early and driving at the hearts of the Chelsea defence. Just a great clearance there from Richie Wintle, who stepped in. Richie, a former West Brom player from the Birmingham area, featuring for Chelsea this season, and has been ever present within that heart of the defence. Portsmouth started the game well, try to control, but equally have a bit of an edge to them. They'll try to get forward early. Again, Jamie Tregaskis getting his touches in, up against Harry Ash, another England player. It will be a really good contested battle in there. Switch of play from Roger Whitehouse over to Ray Westbrook. Ray Westbrook plays into Jamie Tregaskis. A good strike from Jamie, but equally well met by Harry Ash. Shelby Clark applying some pressure on the ball. Shelby, Sean, again, you've seen in action. Shelby was one of the first female players to be involved within the National League. She featured in the FA Disability Cup last season, being a fantastic ambassador for the game, and someone that's obviously driving the female participation within amputee football. You know Shelby a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit more about her background and your involvement?
Yeah, Shelby's been involved for quite a few years now, and one of the only female players in the league for quite a few years as well. So hopefully inspiring the next generation of female amputee footballers in the country.
Yeah, for sure, somebody that's really driving it forward. And Portsmouth just step forward here, and it's 1-0. It's Jamie Tregaskis from the underside of the bar. There's been a number of attempts that have been on target. Kieran Lambourne made a save that just went over a moment ago that led to a corner, but Jamie Tregaskis opens the scoring for Portsmouth, and it shows a real edge to their start in this campaign. Obviously 2 games involved and going to try and top the group. It's probably worthwhile noting for all the viewers, it is a group stage format today, so there's going to be 3 games involving Chelsea, Portsmouth and also Everton, and it will go down to a group stage format and a round robin fixture list where they all play each other once across the day. It will potentially, if the teams are tied, come down to goal difference, then go down to head-to-head, goals scored, goals against, moving into the areas we don't really want to see a competition decided by getting to red and yellow cards before eventually the toss of a coin, which hopefully doesn't happen. But yeah, Portsmouth have really started on the front foot here. Chelsea are struggling to get out the half and build any sort of tempo and pattern into the game. Roger Whitehouse again has been really composed at the back. Tregaskis driving against Sophie and Philly. Again, switching play to Matthew Dean, who's just slipped over the ball there. Yeah, so a free kick's been given. He's landed on the ground, and when a stump, a residual limb touches the artificial surface, it does mean that goes against the player, and it goes to an opposition for a free kick. So Richie Wintle tries to split his Shiguzo early. I'm just going to roll out a play. Atkinson getting the game back underway again. Tregaskis dropping deep. It's a bit interesting, Sean, to see Tregaskis in a little bit of a deeper role today. He seems to be picking the ball up deeper and driving, as opposed to being maybe in a striking position, which has been previous, or even out wide. Do you think there's a bit of intent behind Portsmouth for that? What's your thoughts that you've seen from that early doors?
I think, yeah, they're obviously missing Michael Masters, a big miss for Portsmouth this week. And to be fair, Jay's been doing this quite recently in training with England, and it's a new role. I think he's wanting to have a go at, and his technical ability to pick it up deep or high, wherever he picks it up, he can make things happen. So it'd be interesting to see if he plays a similar role against Everton later on.
Yeah, for sure. That's a show-stopping tie that it potentially could come down to decide the tournament format today between Portsmouth and Everton, and that's not ruling Chelsea out. There's a long way to go in this match and future matches, but it is 2-0 as Matthew Dean steps forward, and a great bit of individual brilliance moving the ball from left to right, as Matt often does, just before sliding it past England's goalkeeper Kieran Lamborn. Again, interesting today that there's a number of England players involved in today's fixture. At one side we've got Thomas Atkinson in goals, and also Kieran Lamborn, that both have had massive impact in the England programme over the past couple of years. Both appeared at European Championships and World Cup alike. We've also got Nathan Fisher featuring, Harry Ash, TJ Yates, Matthew Dean, Jamie Tregaskis, all in today's match, and then other ex-England internationals such as Ray Westbrook and Roger Whitehouse, who still have an abundance of skills. But it's a great strike there by Richie Winto, and it's a great save by England shot-stopper Atkinson. It's Chelsea going a little bit higher on the press, and I think it's going out for a corner. Just waiting to see if the referee gives a free kick here. Potentially a little bit of treatment to take place as well. Not Matthew Dean makes his way back up to his foot, and he's good to go. So it will be a Chelsea corner. Nothing there we can see in the replay. It's a great strike by Winto, great save down to his left hand side by Atkinson. Roger Whitehouse puts into Matt Dean, and great pressing from Chelsea under that little bit of pressure to try and see if they can get back into this game. Seems like there's been a change of heart, so it will be a free kick after all. Kirk Hughes gets the ball moving into Atkinson, who punches out to Whitehouse. Whilst being 2-0 up, Portsmouth are still to get into the groove, really. They're in a good, comfortable position. They seem still in first gear, if you will.
Yeah, they've definitely got a few more gears to go here, just warming up. I think it's been about over a month since our last league games. Yeah,
and in between, the format of this is a lot of the players train with their clubs domestically and locally, so they'll train during the week, and they do feature in other competitions against other disability groups. But Ishiguzo gets in the turn here. Great composure from Ishiguzo, somebody that's really featured for a lot of years involved in the EAFA League. But Harry Ash takes the ball down. It's a great strike, and it looked like there was a deflection there. But I think they might have given a goal kick once again, the referees. It's a great touch from Harry Ash. It wasn't a deflection, it was just dragged wide after a little bit of pressure from Tregaskis. But again, Harry, someone that's getting forward a lot more within his role. He's such a clever, intelligent footballer, particularly out of possession, but in possession something that's really developed over the past 18 months, where he's starting to get into the top end of the pitch, and as we've seen with his goal against the USA in the Ant Football Cup last week for England.
You were right here, bit of a deflection.
Yeah, deflection after all, so going over to take it is Harry Ash. Chelsea are loading the box, so Shelby Clark, Michael Ishiguzo, Sofian Philly all in there. Still get Fisher and Winto back as a little bit of coverage. Ball comes in, it's a great ball. Ishiguzo just nods it over the bar, but it's a great delivery by Harry Ash. And Atkinson, I think for a moment there, Sean, if I got it right, looked a little bit worried and concerned.
Mike doesn't need too many chances like that. Normally deadly in front of goal.
Yeah, he's certainly a prolific striker when he gets into his groove, and he's someone that scored some phenomenal goals over the years within the EAFA League. Matthew Dean picking the ball up here, punched over across to Tregaskis. Again, no real pressure from Chelsea in Portsmouth's own half. They're almost in a low block, defending the goal passionately and looking to break in that transition. But Westbrook, great punch out to Tregaskis again. There's lots of numbers around the ball for Chelsea. It will need to be moved quickly here by Portsmouth if they're to break them down. But that said, they are in control of the match. 8 minutes in, 2-0 up. That said, there has been a couple of chances in the recent times by Chelsea, so it'll be interesting how this develops. Matt Dean punches in though, and it's 3-0. It's a great finish by Matt Dean. He just pulls it off the shoulder. Shelby Clark, a great pass, and Portsmouth are really in a great position here and kicked off strongly. 3-0 up. Just looking at the replay here. Again, Chelsea have got a good shape against the ball, but that pass from Westbrook, which was it intentional, Sean? Do you think he meant that around the corner, or has it just played out that way?
I think you've got to give a player that ability the credit.
Yeah, he's meant that. He's definitely meant that. It's a lovely pass round the corner from Westbrook, and that's the abundance of quality where Westbrook has. We're speaking about somebody that's played in the European Championship final amongst many other top tournaments, and in that game he was the one and only scorer for England in 2017 in front of 42,000 fans at Vodafone Park in Besiktas. Somebody that's got abundance of experience and knowledge in the game, and he certainly played an outstanding pass to contribute to put Portsmouth 3-0 up. But Chelsea, on the other hand, they're back here again. Sofiane takes a great strike and Atkinson just spills it out for a corner. I've been impressed with Chelsea in the final third. They've created some really good openings, but it just seems to be out of possession that they've maybe lacked at times a little bit of experience, a little bit of nous in the appropriate moment, Sean.
That's the thing I've liked about Chelsea this year. Obviously their first year as a club playing amputee football, and I've always thought they played the right way, and they're always trying to make something happen in the final third.
Yeah, I mean, they've created 3-4 good openings so far, but Trugaskis is driving here on the transition again, and when he gets going he's tough to stop. Trugaskis pulls out wide and it's just flashed wide of Lamborn's right post, driven across goal, and when Trugaskis gets up to that speed he is very difficult to stop, whether that be within the EAFA League or internationally. He's someone that we know has got that individual skill set just to change a game. But Winto's just stepping out here, Chelsea back in possession. And we hope those that have joined us are enjoying the experience that we're very fortunate to be supported by Film My Match today, given the first ever broadcast of league fixtures. Trugaskis steps forward again, and it's just pushed into side netting by Lamborn. It's a good palm away. Trugaskis going twice close in succession. Again, can't give a player with that ability that much time to go and strike. It's a great save by Lamborn just at his near post. Just a substitution taking place here for Chelsea. Luke Bailey coming on and Shelby Clark coming off. So Luke Bailey making his first appearance of today. Luke, former player for Peterborough initially and then into Arsenal, and then switched sides in London and now moved over to Chelsea. Again, somebody that's been involved in the league for 3-4 seasons, growing into his role, and certainly someone that's got a good impact in his day, particularly in that defensive shape that Chelsea will try and play. It's a great pass from Trugaskis, a great touch from TJ Yates. It just runs away from him into the clasp of Lamborn that plays out to Winto. Winto into Sofiane. Sofiane drives forward into Ash. It's a great touch by Harry Ash, but it's a great recovery by Trugaskis. He really is in a good place today. You can see him moving well. He's feeling confident. Plays that ball directly to Matt Dean. Again, Richie Wintle on his back. It's a good battle, a good duel taking place here between Wintle and Dean, but it's a great touch. Trugaskis again in possession. Moves it to Westbrook. Back to Trugaskis. He's threatening Harry Ash here. He'll do well to get the better of Harry, and that's something that Harry does tremendously well in those 1v1 positions. Again, abundance of experience against the top internationals across the globe at major tournaments, in 1v1 scenarios. Get a great recovery and a great pinch, which he showed there just to knock the ball out of play. Whitehouse punches it across to Westbrook. Westbrook just spills it over. Ball's cleared, and here Ishigozo goes to secure it, and this is where Chelsea could get a little bit of success as Ishigozo faces up. Kirk Hughes steps forward into Harry Ash. Harry Ash into Bailey. Can they create an opening here? Takes his time, Bailey, to pick his pass. It's back into Ishigozo, and it's a great clearance. Back to Harry Ash though. Could it be the first goal of the game? Potentially a block off Harry. Great touches, great composure there. Opens out. Chelsea enjoying a little bit of time, and it's a great strike and save again by Atkinson. But top strike from Harry Ash. He has been very impressive today, Sean. Harry, despite being on already a 3-0 scoreline against him.
Yeah, widely known as the magician within England, so he's carrying his team this morning, and it's a great save as well from Thomas. Yeah,
he certainly has got that magic wand out, hasn't he? And he's enjoying his play. I'm sure he'll be a bit frustrated to be 3-0 down, having performed individually so well, but that sometimes happens in a team sport. But Harry Ash takes the corner quickly. Chelsea get the game going. It's a great ball in again, but smothered by Atkinson. Also a shout out to our 2 match officials today that are getting the games going. We've got some of the top match officials across the globe, and while Sean as a player might see the other side of that sometimes when being involved in games and decisions sometimes frustrating against us. I believe the match officials have come on leaps and bounds over the last few years, which is massive thanks to the likes of Owen Radley and Clark, the likes of Daniel Bowden. They've put a lot of time and effort and energy into getting that organised, and we've still got a level of growth to go within that real area of the sport, and it's something that we're excited to keep leading the way by. But Yates here, just stepping forward, punches it back. Oh, it's a great toe again by Wintle just to spill the ball out of play. Matt Dean was stepping on there, and that would have made Matt's hat-trick already in today's game. But Yates held the ball very well, wait for the opportunity, and it's a great touch away by Wintle. Sean, what's been your thoughts of the refereeing this season, and as I said, how it's come on and developed and improved?
Exactly what you've said. It's getting better. I think we're really lucky to have someone like Ian Clark as well, widely known across the globe for developing the sport and particularly refereeing. He's done really well to develop sort of a core group of referees that give up their time to come down and officiate the games for us.
No, you're right there. Trigascus just fired wide again, which you've seen a moment ago, followed by the replay. But Bailey's putting Whitehouse under pressure here. He does well, just to go back to Atkinson. It's probably worth noting again, if you've not watched amputee football before, the goalkeepers are restricted to the box, so they can't come out their area, they must stay within, and any time that they were to come out the area would be deemed as a foul, where they would receive a caution for doing so. So if you're not experienced around the laws of the game of amputee football, you will recognise that the goalkeepers do stay in the box. A couple of substitutions coming up here for Portsmouth. Shea Gray taking the place of Matthew Dean. Matthew's been on fire in the first half so far. So welcome back to Mr. Mickey Chambers that replaces Ray Westbrook. Mickey, again, someone that's had a phenomenal career within amputee football, both internationally and domestically, recognised as one of the top players across the globe, but of recent times hasn't been seen or involved in the league, but certainly has that ability to change a game when he has to. Trigascus here, driving again at Fisher, does well to pick out Chambers. Chambers goes back home to Whitehouse. Whitehouse punches the ball out to Trigascus. Again, we're seeing a little bit of it's just run away from Trigascus there, which is quite unlike him. Sean, you're seeing a little bit of a strategy here by Chelsea. It seems to sit in the low block, but they seem to be stretching Ishiguzo in a 1v scenario with Hughes. We've seen a little bit of success when they've punched into them. Is there anything you think they could be doing differently to really make that more meaningful and impactful when they're going on the transition?
I think moments like this where you've got Nate Fisher, full of ability, and we've seen him last week for England play really well. So getting him on the ball and driving forward be a different way maybe of breaking down this Pompey side.
For sure. Smash, moving the ball across to Richie Wintle. It was a great touch a minute ago by Richie Wintle just to skip away from the Portsmouth press. It's very good football by Chelsea, and Wintle steps onto it and strikes over. But they've created a number of chances. Portsmouth have certainly been more clinical and certainly put more pressure on the ball when Chelsea do come into the final third. But I have been impressed with Chelsea. I think an opening might come about, whether it be this first half or if they continue in the same vein in the second half.
It's also worth noting, last time these two faced each other, it did sort of entertain us all. It finished 4-3 to Portsmouth, so it was a game I think Chelsea did get themselves back into it towards the end of it. Yeah,
well, it might happen again today if Chelsea keep creating the chances, but they certainly need to make sure they probably lock it up defensively in order to get back into the match. Portsmouth, we can see here back in possession. Chambers, we spoke about a moment ago, letting strike early. It wasn't a clean strike, but it falls to Gray. Gray's touch travels out to Yates. Wintle putting a bit of pressure on Chambers again. It's a great strike, which we know he can do, and it's a great save again from Lambert just to push it over. Mickey's got that ability to strike from distance, which is always a threat for any defence. Again, he's got a very, very good jink and similar techniques that him and Harry share to move the ball from left to right on their crutches and push him with the outside of their foot, which is certainly exciting for any fan, particularly if you're a fan of Portsmouth FC today, when you get to see that taking place. Portsmouth still in control. I spoke a moment ago about Ishiguzo and Hughes isolated just out the picture at the moment, but if Chelsea do manage to successfully win the ball, you might see that transition take place where there's a little bit of exposure for Chelsea to certainly hurt Portsmouth and try and get back in the game. But they defend this first. It's again another great strike from Whitehouse, and it's a great save by Lamborn. Portsmouth adopting a little bit more of the you would say African type style of play. We're striking from distance, Sean, today. Again, there's a distinct difference between European football, African football, Asian football, and the way that the team's set up and playing. We recognise a lot of the African teams love to strike from distance, and Portsmouth had some success so far doing that.
Yeah, I think, like you can see there, Kieran's been very busy so far in this first half. And yeah, like you said before, there's a lot of Pompey players that have that ability to strike from range and cause Chelsea a lot of problems.
Of course, and it's worth noting it's a small-sided game. It is 7v7, so for those that are familiar with the format, there is opportunity to get close to goal quite quickly and try and make the most of it. So again, Chelsea just breaking up there, that pass into Ishiguzo we spoke about, certainly starting to develop and come off. Fisher steps forward with some great touch to the ball. Nathan's been excellent this year, Sean, hasn't he? He's really come on leaps and bounds.
Yeah, it's been really exciting to see someone who I played alongside for many years within the England junior setup, and yeah, it's all his hard work and commitment to the sport that's paying off this year. He's took more of a senior role within Chelsea's side, and yeah, like you say, it's been a great year for him.
And we spoke a lot about the England programme and those involved and some of the games and experience they've had, but you're right to note the junior provision that the England Amputee Football Association offer. There's a number of players in today's match, and you'll also see for Everton that have come through the EAFA provision. We've actually got 4 of our EAFA junior players involved today that you'll see dotted around the pitch that are helping being ball boys and ball girls for this event, and it's brilliant to see those young players from a young age develop and transpire into amputee footballers within the domestic league, and some going to pursue their dream in playing for England.
I think it's great to have them down, being able to see where they could potentially be in a few years' time.
Yeah, for sure, and you're one of them, Sean. You've come through the junior programme, haven't you?
Yeah, so I started back in 2016. Very lucky to be invited into the junior programme, and that led on to development squads and under 23 programmes and things like that have created the pathway into the senior squad. And yeah, there's a lot of boys now within the senior squad that have had the opportunity to go to major tournaments because of the hard work put into the junior programme.
For sure, and from going from being that young person that came involved in the junior programme first and foremost, then to captain your country, I'm sure that it's played a huge part in that development and the pathway and opportunity. And again, for anybody listening in today or looking out, the awareness of amputee football is really important to help grow. So please tell your friends, tell your family members about it, get involved if you want as well, in any capacity. We'd be delighted to have you. Ishiguzo stands over the free kick here, he strikes from distance, just goes over the bar. There was a free kick given a moment ago, I think it was for a crutch ball, so again worth noting that if the ball strikes the crutch, it does mean that it will be classed as a handball. There is times where it is a natural movement, similar to the mainstream game of football, but on occasions if it's a deliberate movement, if the referees deem that, then it's one of those that are usually given away. Dragaskis driving forward there, could have been a free kick for a slide, but Ishiguzo plays alongside Harry Ash. Great 1-2, great save by Atkinson. The game's continuing, it's not getting out of play. Whitehouse lets it run through and it goes out. Dragaski, a great bit of trickery there. We'll just watch back in the replay what came after. It's a great 1-2 from Ishiguzo and Harry Ash, and it's a great save again from Atkinson. Both Atkinson and Lamborn have been tested in this game so far, Sean, haven't they?
Yeah, that's just the difference, isn't it? Pompey have managed to be that bit more clinical in front of goal, but yeah, both I think will be busy for the rest of the game.
And without contradicting my excellence around the refereeing and how well it's developed and gone on, I do think that would have been a free kick in most scenarios where Bailey was found going to ground as a slide tackle, which of course, Sean, you can't do in the sport of amputee football.
No, you're correct.
So Fisher steps forward here, it's an Reese from Lamborn who collects it. Ishiguzo just coming into your picture there, available to pass to, but he finds Sofiane. It's a great touch by Sofiane just round the corner. I'm not sure about that one either. I think it's a great touch by Whitehouse, and Sofiane made the most of it by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's done well to win the free kick there.
Yeah, it's a great touch. No, Roger, Whitehouse does make contact. I think it might follow through in his stump, so it'll be interesting to see whether the referee, which we'll probably never find out, has given it for the contact of the player or potentially a stump ball beyond that. But Sofiane steps over the ball alongside Nathan Fisher. Paul Englefield just walking out the steps to make sure the distance is appropriate. We've got Chambers in the wall there alongside Whitehouse. TJ Yates, who's currently not in shot, is also facing a similar position to Ishiguzo has been. Philly just strikes against the wall. Bailey now, here he comes into the picture. Yates driving forward, a great touch with the outside of the foot. Yates keeps composed. Chambers tries one over the top. It's a great touch by Wintle as Chambers try to find Trugaskis, and that's his ball straight up. Could cause a little bit of trouble, but runs through to Atkinson. It's been an exciting half, Sean.
I've seen plenty of goals, plenty of chances. That's what amputee football is.
Yeah, there's certainly been plenty of chances. I think if myself or you were involved, we'd be having a go at one or two people from the defensive structure and make sure we probably reduce the amount of chances taking place. But for the faithful watching online, it's an exciting spectacle, which is what we're all about here at EAFA. Harry Ash takes a touch, punches back to Kieran Lambert, who seems in control. He's got a lot of time to play his pass. He does play direct, but it's a composed touch by Chambers right in his path. It's a great play, pass out the outside the foot, probably a bit too much on it, although I just said a great pass, and TJ Yates tried to flick it on. Chelsea doing well to build out from the back. They seem to have a clear picture of what they're trying to do, but that pass up to Ishiguzo just hasn't come off when they've been doing it directly.
I think they've got to use him the best you can. He's really good at holding it up and bringing other people involved. Yeah,
great pass for Shea Gray there into TJ Yates. It just brings the half-time whistle. At half-time it is Portsmouth 3, Chelsea 0. An excellent spectacle with lots of chances for either side. A welcome back here to a very rainy and windy Reaseheath College. It is 3-0 to Portsmouth against Chelsea in this opening EAFA Cup clash and encounter. The game's just about to get underway, should I say. And Chelsea are going to kick us off this time through Ishiguzo. He's had some good touches in the first half. Probably could be used a little bit more to get the best out of him, but it's been a very, very enjoyable and very entertaining first 25 minutes. Englefield and Terry Jay's going to get us underway as our two officials. Interesting fact for you, Reaseheath College is never dry. It's always raining here at the home of Amputee Football. We're expecting to see, I think, every condition, which wouldn't be surprising today. A couple of changes as well for Portsmouth sees Westbrook come back into the fray for Whitehouse, switching back out. Chelsea remain unchanged. And on the whistle, Ishiguzo gets the ball back rolling again, and we're underway. It'll be interesting, Sean, to see how the second half plays out, and if Chelsea go for it or if they try and build their way back into the match over a period of time.
That's what we're hoping for. They're an exciting young team, and I think when they play they are quite fearless, so it'll be good to see if the likes of Harry Ash can try and make something happen for them. Yeah,
great early touches by Fisher and a good setback by Ash, but curse of the commentator as Fisher gives it away. Trigaskis getting his touches in early, gets that head up, driving into the space, just slows it down. The ball's punched out to Chambers on the move. Chambers quick movement with his crutches, faced up against Harry Ash. Punch back to Trigaskis. Westbrook just over to his left shoulder if he can find him. But back out to Chambers. Chambers now. Switch across to Westbrook. Westbrook just beyond the halfway line finds Trigaskis. Trigaskis, is he going to strike? He is. But it's a brilliant block by Winto, who just runs over the ball. But Ash into Ishiguzo. Here's this what we're looking at. The play up, the quick transition. It's a 3v2. Ash strikes at goal, but it's another great save by Atkinson with his foot. They're looking dangerous, Chelsea, aren't they, Sean, in terms of when they go quickly on that transition?
That's what we were saying in the first half. Good to use Big Mike there, similar to TJ here.
It's a great turn by Yates, a great stop by Lamborn though. Great turn and strike, it's a setback. Trigaskis just blazes it over the bar. It's all happening, we can't keep up quick enough. But two chances at either side, both times coming through the play into the front man. Ishiguzo and Yates respectively, but it's a great turn there with the outside of the boot with Yates, and it's a great strike at goal. And also a great follow up back heel, great composure shown by Yates within such a quick time frame with quite a lot happening. We've just got a stoppage as Bailey goes down just to sort his crutch out, and Lamborn's going to get the game back going. I must say, Sean, it's hard to do the commentary with so much going on, it's end to end.
It is also interesting to see TJ and Trigaskis linking up there. I think both of them head to head for the Golden Boot this year.
Yeah, for sure. Great touch by Westbrook as he drives forward at the heart of the Chelsea defence. He finds Trigaskis out wide, punches into Yates who sets back. Chambers lets it roll across the body, outside of the foot. It's in amongst the bodies, but he's still jinking, twisting, turning, and it just gets spilled out and goes for a corner. Good defending eventually by Chelsea with some top players on the pitch for Portsmouth that are sometimes hard to defend against. I think Chambers looking to set up for this corner kick. Chambers just getting used to the multi-ball system there. He thought he was going to get it off one of our ball boys who has done a stellar job there just to return it to its marker. But Chambers sets it up now. Trigaskis peeling out short. It is a 2v1 opportunity if they can work it. But Trigaskis goes straight to goal. It's a great punch in. It was in a dangerous area. It was in between a floated and driven strike, and it's a great head away again by Winto. I've been impressed with Richie Winto, some great touches, some great deflections and blocks. He's been really sturdy back there.
Yeah, personally another one that I played with many years ago with the development squad, going away to represent England, and he has got that in his locker.
For sure, Lamborn comes and punches, it just runs away from Westbrook, who's going to collect it now just before the halfway line. Westbrook, big switch of play across to Trigaskis. Trigaskis, Westbrook, Chambers, Yates, they're getting lots of touches in this second half early. Chance could be coming in. It's a strike by Westbrook, and it does hit his stump. Is it going to give it? He's not giving it, he's giving it for a kicking instead. Winto could have been in trouble there. Was that the edge of the box, Sean? Was it inside the box? What was your thoughts?
From where we can see, I thought it was on the edge of the box. I think he's got away with one there.
Yeah, and as we said, if it hits the residual limit, it does class as a free kick or penalty. It's not something that can happen. The ball comes up to Ishizuzo here. It's been a great battle between Hughes and Ishizuzo, but he goes for a fake turn. He does manage to twist and get his way out of it. Punched across to Sofian. Can he keep it in? He can. Good composure by Sofian again to find Ishizuzo. Ishizuzo taking his time. You need to stand him up and can't dive in against him. It's a great pass into Ash. Sofian peels off the shoulder, but just nobody in the box to convert as Portsmouth get back in control of the game. Atkinson tries to get him on the transition early. Bailey just pinched away from Chambers. It's just going to spill out and go out of play here. Potential change coming just as we look to the Chelsea bench with Pierce Reynolds possibly coming in to have his first impact again, another graduate of the junior programme that we spoke about quite a lot in the first half. Westbrook finds Yates, but it's a great spillover by Lamborn, and Ishizuzo isn't going to make his way over for that. I don't think he thought he could have kept that one in place, so it does spill out and go back to a Portsmouth kick-in. Interesting, again, if you're not familiar with amputee football, there is kick-ins rather than throw-ins for the natural fact that players are on their crutches and are unable to pick the ball up with their hands. Yates into Tregaskis wide. It's a great combination play. Westbrook seen the picture nice and early, driving the information and the ball into Yates from the halfway line. Tregaskis unlocks himself early on the move and peels off Sofian and strikes cleanly, but just wide of the target. Game's back live here. Tregaskis pinched off by Richie Wintle. Luke Bailey on the transition here if they can execute it. Harry Ash, a lovely outside the boot ball into Ishizuzo. If he can find Sofian over the far side, he tries to punch it up. It's a harsh one. It does hit Hughes' crutch. He can't do much about that. But Chelsea can get the game going early. He does. Sofiano just over the bar. Atkinson comes sliding out. A little bit of contact with the boot there, but needs to do better there, Sean.
Yeah, another young lad that's recently as well been invited into the senior squad, and he's got that technical ability. I think he's just been a little rush there with the finish. Well done from Atkinson to get out.
Yeah, Atkinson closed the space early. Potentially a little loft, which I'd be prone to myself back in the day, just over the top of Atkinson, which I've done many times to him in training. Would have been suffice, but Sofian just putting a bit more on it than he anticipated, and it goes over the bar. Still 3-0 here to Portsmouth. Tregaskis and Westbrook getting the game back going. Tregaskis strikes on target and it's in. It's a deflection, but it's in the back of the net. Tregaskis will take the goal. It's a great strike and it has been coming. There's been some great chances created by Portsmouth in the second half, despite Chelsea also having one or two of their own, but moves on to 4-0. Tregaskis, a great touch as he strikes it. It just takes the deflection off Wintle's boot and away from Lamborn. He's been outstanding as well today, Wintle, with his tackling and his blocks, but just caught that in the wrong connection and makes its way into the back of the game, and back of the net, should I say. Chelsea getting the game back underway. Lamborn up to Ishizuzo. It's a great pass, an even better touch. And he's spinning. Bailey finds Reynolds. Reynolds is going to just run away from him. Great touch there by Ishizuzo though.
I think that's the main difference between these two in this game. Both with vocal points up top, but Pompey have done well to get bodies around TJ when it's gone into him.
Question for you, Sean, and I'm sure the fans watching won't mind me asking, do you think you could have pulled that out of the sky with the same level of composure?
You put me on the point here.
He's on the spot. He's on the spot. Chambers here, drinking away. Chambers strike at goal. It's a great save from Lamborn once again, and Chambers really showing what he's all about. Yates driving to the byline, and it's just cleared again. A great touch by Reynolds, I believe, for the corner. We'll just see here in the replay. Tregaskis has been in fine form. He manages to pick out Chambers on the half turn. 2 touch by Chambers, 3 touch, 4 touch with reverse, and it's a great save by Lamborn before Yates pulls it in, just keeping it along the line, and it's a great tackle by Reynolds as well, just to clear that. Here he comes, Che Gray into the box, great touch by Yates, cleared by Nathan Fisher, and here it comes up to Ishizuzo. Can he make it stick? I'm sure he can. Takes it down with that lovely touch. He's going to get dancing here. He does, he spins on it. He finds Ash pulling out wide. It's a hard angle against Chambers, and it's just spilled over. Bailey can't make that. And here Tregaskis goes again on the transition, driving at the heart of the Chelsea defence. Skips by 1, skips by 2. Can he finish or can he find his man? It's a push in the back. Can he? Yes, his pass, and it's in the back of the net. Yates. Portsmouth cruising this now, 5 up, and that commitment that Chelsea showed to get players forward, but as Sean Jackson's alluded to on a number of occasions, just that lack of final quality in the transition, putting them in a real difficult spot in this game.
I think we spoke as well about having Dragaskis in that slightly deeper role. That's another area of his game. Defensively, he can pick it up deep and he can go on runs like that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Everton in the Chelsea game pans out next. But beyond that, when Everton play Portsmouth, it'll be interesting to see what Everton do to deploy a tactic to stop Dragaskis playing, particularly in this newfound position he seems to be picking up and driving at the team. Atkinson getting the game back going. I must say the multi-ball system is working fantastically well. The juniors have been in top form, getting the games flowing. Chambers punches it into Yates, but fantastic from Nathan Fisher to step in there. And I'm glad to see that happening rather than Yates securing the ball and playing. Wintle makes his way out to Gray. It's a great block by Wintle. A little bit of pressure in there and just cleared for a corner kick. Might not look it in the camera, but the clouds have opened and the rain is pouring down here at Reaseheath College. Fortunately for ourselves, we're under a lovely gazebo gantry that's keeping us nice and warm and dry. Chambers out to Dragaskis. Dragaskis blazes over. It's been unlike him today. He's hit the target on a number of occasions, Sean.
Yeah, I think that's the Dragaskis way. Some of them are absolute screamers, and some of them do require the ball boys to keep busy.
For sure, I think when you've got somebody taking so many strikes on the target, there's always that chance that one or two will float over. Fisher punches it into Bailey, but it just spills over to Chambers. It's a lovely chip pass, delicately chipped into Dragaskis. It finds Yates. Oh, and I think Yates might have just had a hole in his boot there because it just seems to have trembled through for a goal kick. I'm sure TJ Yates will expect more from himself. Some of his touches have been excellent today, but that one just seemed to run away from him. It was a bit of a skid on the surface, and it was a quick pass across. Bailey just down just now, tying his laces before the game will recommence. And again, for those joining, a massive thanks to Film My Match for all the support and partnership with England Amputee Football Association. We're excited that this is the first ever live broadcast of the EAFA National Football League event in the form of the EAFA Cup, and we're hoping to see more live broadcasts in the future. Chelsea get the game back underway. Lamborn finds Wintle. Wintle into Fisher. Fisher pressed by Westbrook. It's a great turnover by Dragaskis. Westbrook and Chambers with the press. Yep, it's a 1-2. It's a great save though by Lamborn. Dragaskis and Yates combining unselfishly there, and it's been an interesting combination, particularly for the England programme, to see how they've linked up today, Sean.
It is, we've seen this sort of thing all year, to be honest. They do have a real good chemistry between each other, and to be fair, they probably don't get a lot of opportunities at England level to sort of test that combination.
For sure. I'm sure Scott Rogers will be watching in today, and he'll be watching the England players and excited to see some of them in action. Chambers here, looking to skip by Bailey. He finds his shot, and it's a save by Lamborn. I think he was maybe disappointed there by his reaction. He thought he could have gathered it potentially. It just didn't seem to have as much sting in the shot as we thought it was going to. He probably anticipated that for himself. Pushed out Westbrook here, just getting the game going. It's a great pass to Dragaskis. Dragaskis takes it under control. He dances, he strikes, and it's a great save again by Lamborn. That must be his 10th save of today, Sean. Here he goes, Dean dancing with Westbrook. Dean back into the fray as well. Just a substitution that took place a moment ago, with Chambers striking over the bar. And that substitution that took place just as the corner was taken was Matthew Dean making his way on for TJ Yates. It's had a fantastic game, finding himself on the score sheet and combining to assist a number of goals, as well as Sean said earlier, one of the top scorers in the league. But here the combination comes again that we've seen 4 or 5 times already in today's game. Ash to Ishiguzo. Ishiguzo goes dancing, but can't seem to get the better of Hughes. It does well to defend 1v1. What we've not touched on, Sean, is Portsmouth will be competing in the EAFA Champions League in a few months' time, which is very exciting as well. One of the many teams that have competed in the EAFA Champions League over the past few seasons, yourself competing there for Manchester City previously. How was that experience when you travelled, and how do you think Portsmouth will fare?
Yeah, it's a really good competition to go and be a part of. Obviously, quite early on in its development within the EAFA, and it was a great trip away to Krakow last May with Manchester City amputees, and it is you're against the top top players, top teams in Europe, and it's a good little tester. And yeah, obviously with Manchester City, we were happy to go away with 3rd place overall. And yeah, Portsmouth will be really strong. I think you've got to look at the Polish sides, the Turkish sides are always favourites for that kind of thing. But no, I'm excited to see how far Portsmouth will go.
Yeah, it was Krakow from Poland. They'll be competing again this year, one of the top sides over there. A number of Turkish teams have won it previously too. But it will be good to see Portsmouth representing England, and we absolutely wish them the best. And as we can see today with the talent that they've got on show, we've got no doubt they'll do tremendously well over there. As Sean alluded to, Manchester City have the highest place finishing record as an English team in the EAFA Champions League, finishing 3rd. But Portsmouth come on the break again. Matthew Dean finding Chambers. Chambers goes for the slide shot, and it's a great save again from Lamborn. I can't speak highly enough of Kieran Lamborn, the saves he's made today. There's one or two that he may be disappointed with, the goals that have gone in, but when you put that all together with the amount of saves that he's been forced into making, he really can't be disappointed with his performance.
No, it's a real captain's performance today from Kieran.
We've got Chambers stood over the ball. Chambers and Tregaskis, a former England combination taking place there. Tregaskis does blaze it over the bar. Still got 10 minutes left in this game. 5-0 to Portsmouth here. Portsmouth have been in excellent form and thoroughly deserved the win. But it maybe doesn't reflect the full picture of the match, Sean, with Chelsea having a number of chances. And this might be another one here as Ishiguzo secures it. Ishiguzo goes to find Reynolds, it runs off his shoulder, but can't, he just holds play up. It's a 4v4 back there, it now becomes a 5v4 as Fisher steps into the pitch. If Portsmouth do win this back, Chelsea could be in trouble, but Gray comes back here. There's good touches taking place in the Portsmouth half by Chelsea, but Tregaskis driving now against Winto, and here he goes. Big strides forward, he's got away from Winto. Tregaskis driving, it's a 3v2 scenario, finds Chambers. Chambers, oh my goodness, he's just opened his boot up, and I think that might have just landed at Crewe Alexandra Stadium after that strike, because it wasn't a clean one. But it was a great break again from Tregaskis down the left hand side. A great run by Matt Dean that just held his position to allow the pass to be opened up to Chambers, and it is just dragged wide. It didn't have as much power as I first anticipated. It might not have landed at Crewe, but certainly might have landed in Nantwich instead. Just a substitution taking place here. Sofiane coming back on for Bailey as he strides in with his lovely combination white sock, white boot and white crutch. For those again that aren't familiar, the taping of the crutch must match the sock, so you will see Portsmouth having red tape on the bottom of the crutches, and you'll also find Chelsea with the white tape on the bottom of the crutches. Lamborn gets the game back underway. Fisher in the rain here at Reaseheath College. Lamborn forced to play long with a Chelsea man-for-man press into Ishiguzo. It's a great pass from Lamborn, and it will just go out the box. Thomas Atkinson can't come out the area, remember. It's a strike by Sofiane Fillet into Ash, goes through Westbrook, but Atkinson does collect. Here he goes again, Tregaskis. How many times have we said this man's name today? Driving at the heart of the Chelsea defence. Is he going to go himself? Is he going to find his pass? Unselfishly finds Chambers, back to Tregaskis, and how has it gone over the bar? Chambers just coming to console him quickly there. It was great football, unselfish play as well. Really, really good to watch. From one end to the other, game's back underway. It's certainly stretched at this point, and Sofiane with a great chop touch inside. Ball's just transferred over to Winto at the far end, who finds Ishiguzo once again, and it just spills away from Ishiguzo off his big toe. The cameras are doing well to keep up here, Sean. It is end-to-end with all these replays. We'll just see a Tregaskis again, punching into Chambers, and it's just spilled over the top of the bar. You'd expect him to score that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, a man of his quality, but I think it was just that final piece. Maybe wasn't expecting that return ball from Chambers.
It's been interesting. Portsmouth have gone for a more high press, man for man, particularly when Chelsea are building out from the back in this second half, and we'll see Portsmouth regaining it by that press. We now see Matt Dean pick the ball up, and it's a 3v3 scenario. Chambers in a great position, but Tregaskis was screaming for it there. Could have slid him in, but again, Portsmouth in good control of the game. You just see Dean there speaking to Tregaskis, explaining quickly his decision. Shea Gray, very ambitious, strike from distance. It wasn't one of the worst we've seen today, and more like what we've seen from Portsmouth in the first 15 minutes, looking to strike from about 15 yards out.
Doing well to keep those ball boys busy.
Yeah, for sure. The ball boys are working super hard, and again, very fortunate to be joined by the England Amputee Football Association juniors who are helping out at today's event. It's a great pass from Lamborn. Is it going to skip off the surface? No. Sofian Philly collects. Oh, he tries to shoot from a very tight angle, and Ishiguzo was in a great spot to strike. You'll just see coming onto the corner of the pitch the Everton football team coming to warm up now. The likes of Martin Heald, Reece Ramsden, Jamie Oki-Pastnas, excited for their first fixture of the day where they face Chelsea in the second game, and hopefully you're available to tune in and have a watch. But in the meantime, Dean picks the ball up here and passes the ball to Gray. Gray driving at the heart of the Chelsea defence. A great clearance once again. Up it comes to Ishiguzo. Ishiguzo, oh, it's maybe a stump ball by Westbrook, but he gets a break of it. Ishiguzo twisting, turning. Great save from Atkinson once again.
It's really good
striker play, I think, is the word we're looking for, Sean. Striker play. Very good striker play by Michael Ishiguzo. He twists, he turns. It's a great save from Atkinson's right toe just to push it away for a kick in here. Sofian over the ball. We did lose Sean there for a minute within the commentary. He needed a moment out, but he's back in the game. Sofian punches the ball in. Great clearance from Westbrook again. He's fantastic in there, Westbrook, isn't he?
That's the quality you get with him. Such an experienced player within the sport.
Yeah, for sure. Gray on the overlap here. Chambers goes to find them. Wintle's matched them well, but he's got the break of the ball just off the other side. Punched into the box, cleared. Is Tregas going to shoot again from distance? He is, and this time it's blocked. Reynolds just goes over the top of the ball accidentally. Sofian up against Tregaskis. Tregaskis getting his couple of keepy-ups in, which is traditional per match that happens. Westbrook guarding back there with Hughes. Hughes has been done very well. I know Ishiguzo's got the better of him a couple of times, but he's done well to hold that back line independently back there, Sean, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's someone who's come into the sport very recently. Really consistent for Portsmouth at the back, and he's done a really good job there with Mike all game.
4 minutes plus any additional time left remaining in the first half. We've also got Steve Johnson passing us just now, getting ready for his fixture ahead of Everton versus Chelsea next. Steve, a 3-time World Cup winner, chairman of the England Amputee Football Association, of course, and for those more recently well known for his outstanding commentary in the Amp Football Cup. Myself and Sean had a lot to do to make up for how well he performed with Reece Pounton in the Amp Football Cup on the co-commentary. But we see Chelsea here with a free kick just outside the box. Terry Jay's just stood over it, just coming to explain the decision and make sure he marches the wall back appropriately. I do feel, Sean, for the effort and energy Chelsea have put into the game, they do deserve a goal for the chances they've had. Yeah,
100%. It'd be great to see them get a little bit of a reward for the work rate they've had, and it's also important to notice goal difference might come into play come the end of the day.
That's a very good point. It's a very good point. Goal difference could well play its part. But here we go. Ishiguzo, he strikes. Oh, it's a nasty strike. But Harry Ash steps forward. It's a lovely, clean, side-footed strike. And it's a great save again from Atkinson. We'll just see here in the replay. Ishiguzo scuffs it. It's a clean side foot, and Atkinson has been phenomenal as well. Both keepers in fine form today. But the game's back going. Harry Ash twisting, turning, dancing, finds Wintle, punches off his foot, and we're out for a corner kick on the far side next to Paul Englefield. Atkinson was excited to get the game back going as he does, but finds out it was a corner foot kick deflected off the foot.
Very excitable young man, loves the sport, loves being down here.
And he's travelled a long way from Carlisle to Portsmouth today, back up to Reaseheath College to be a part of the team. Ball comes in. Ash cleared though.
It's well worth the journey though, isn't it, into the centre of the country.
It's well known, Reaseheath College, for the centre of the country for amputee football, the home of amputee football, of course. Harry Ash gets the ball into the box. Atkinson gathers as well, releases early, but it's a very hefty pass. But Tregaskis is going to get there, lightning quick. Is he going to pass to Chambers? Is he going to go himself? Oh, he goes for the chip, and Lamborn stands tall. And now we go in transition on the other way. Sofian takes his touch, rolls off his toe. Westbrook clips over the top to Dean. Dean, can he unbalance this Chelsea defence with a switch of play? Doesn't he? Goes straight down the line, but it's almost unbalanced itself as Chambers drives in. Nobody's come near him. Can he find a pass? He does. Matt Dean deflected off the post. Everybody's come to a stop, and the ball's cleared eventually. Seemed to take an eternity there to clear the lines, but the game's back underway. Westbrook direct into Lamborn. It wouldn't surprise me if this comes straight back up the way it does. Lamborn into Ishiguzo. That's a battle. clash of the titans up there, but there's nothing in there. The ball's running away from him, and the referee, it's the right decision to keep the game going. Shea Gray opens it up. Harry Ash putting a bit of pressure on. Dean into Tregaskis. I think he tried to find Chambers there and just spilled out of play. The game's just coming to an end, but you wouldn't think it with the way these two teams have been playing. A great run from Tregaskis here, as you can see in the commentary. Just a little bit too relaxed with his finishing and being 5-0 up. I'm sure if that comes to the Everton game and he needs to put that away, he won't be trying a similar type of finish. Wintle for Chelsea. The game's very, very open. Not a lot happening in the middle of that pitch. Very intense. Sofiane. Oh, it's a great save by Atkinson, but it's in the back of the net. It comes off Atkinson's glove. Just spills away from him. Sofiane. Is he going to hit us with a celebration? I don't think at 5-1 down he's not. But delighted for the young man. It's a fantastic goal. Great play again from Richie Wintle and Ishigozo to link up. Just through the crutches of Westbrook. And Atkinson, I feel that probably needs to do better, Sean.
Yeah, we'll be disappointed with that one, I'm sure. As we're sort of seeing on the cameras here, it's very wet, very slippy, and I don't think Thomas has put his glove glue on today.
He's been outstanding though, Atkinson and like Lamborn. They've both made a multitude of different saves for their team. This could have easily been a much different scoreline, but Portsmouth are the worthy victors. 5-0 it finishes here at the home of Amputee Football, and it kicks Portsmouth off, or 5-1 should I say, kicks off Portsmouth with a first win of the tournament. The next game up will be between Chelsea and Everton before Portsmouth and Everton collide in the final fixture of today's event. Stay tuned for more action. A massive welcome back to the home amputee football for the second game of the EAFA Cup competition. We now have Everton facing Chelsea in the second game. A reminder that it's a group stage format. Portsmouth recently defeated Chelsea just 45 minutes ago, 5-1. So Everton now face up against Chelsea with quite a momentous task ahead of them, Sean, obviously having to win first and foremost, but then probably win by a good deficit as well as they face Portsmouth in the final game, and it could all come down to goal difference.
Yeah, we're lining up for an absolute cracker in that last game.
Yeah, and I don't think it's taken for granted that Everton are going to breeze this. Chelsea are a good side, as we've seen, created loads of chances in that first game, but defensively we're a little bit fragile in moments, but equally credit to Portsmouth that really put the ball in the back of the net when it mattered, but also Portsmouth did create a number of further chances that could have seen the lead extended. So it'll be interesting to see how this played out. Both have got a lot of fixtures under the belt against one another. Everton, I think, coming up trumps in every game this season, if I've got that right.
As far as I'm aware, yeah. I know the last game was quite dominated by Chelsea, but Everton got away with the 6-2 win. So we're hoping for, well, personally hoping for a similar result.
It's great to hear that Sean's done his homework ahead of this fixture, knowing the 6-2 result. For those that didn't capture Sean's co-commentary in the last game, he had a couple of minutes time out for different moments, but he's certainly enjoying himself. He's got a smile on his face next to me here, just as Liam Burbridge is about to get the game kicked off here at the home of amputee football. Everton wearing what you would describe as an orange-pink coloured kit.
A bit of a salmon, though.
Yeah, salmon.
Well,
yeah. Salmon and navy.
Either way, I'm excited to wear it.
Yeah, kicking from right to left. Sean, of course, is an Everton player, sadly been ruled out for injury for this competition, but we're expecting to see him back in amongst it very, very soon. So if he does get excited at points, I do apologise. Okay, getting the game underway with a darting run. Ball comes back to Heald, who finds Ramsden. Ramsden's been in fine form this season over the past few years, both internationally and domestically. Tweed strikes from distance, again taking a similar approach to Portsmouth early doors, taking strikes from distance and trying to affect goal, as we've seen Kieran Lamborn in fine form in the last game, but he's going to need to continue that form into this one, Sean.
100%. You've got the likes of Liam Burbridge as well, who's leading the line. He's done really well this season and come up with some really important goals, and like you see there, he's got the work rate to cause Chelsea problems.
Yeah, it was interesting there, Liam Burbridge locking the Chelsea defender, and I'm sure Scott Rogers will be watching on with a smile on his face, saying that first and foremost as the game kicks off. The ball's just spilled over there from Bailey, who tries to find Sofian across the right hand side of the pitch. Dave Tweed, who of course England captain, legend, and Mr. Amputee Football himself, but finding himself in a defensive position here today with Everton, which is quite strange.
That's the thing, yeah. Mr. 100, over 100 goals for England. Yet domestically, I think this year he's adopted more of a defensive role alongside Martin Heald.
Oh, it's a great finish. Reece Ramsden with a little bit of trickery around the edge of the box, and he finds that man Burbridge that we just spoke about, who puts them 1-0 up. Liam's partner and kid watching on today, who I'm sure he's celebrating with as he runs off there. Great pass from Heald. Ramsden showing his trickery and skill to go from left to right, dancing feet, pulls it out to find Burbridge. I must say that's an excellent finish without much backlift from Liam Burbridge there.
And that's what we know he's got in his locker. He's obviously another one that's new to the sport, but he's got a really good finish there, and to be honest, he's given Kieran no chance.
No, a TikTok sensation, but also a top budding amputee footballer. Phil Grace, another ex-England international. Phil, who's had a tremendous career in the sport, a massive Everton fan as well, who's proud to wear his club's jersey. Top goalkeeper, one of the best shot stoppers I've personally seen in the game, and very fortunate to have coached Phil, and a top man as well. But Ramsden's getting the ball here out in the wide right hand side as he attacks the goal. He keeps it in. We are playing to the blue lines, which I know can be a little bit confusing with different markings on the pitch. Tweed finds Burbridge, and similar to Portsmouth, Chelsea have started just a little bit slower into this match, whilst Everton have got off to a flyer. Oki trying to peel off the shoulder of Harry Ash, actually coming towards Tweed, but he pulls off eventually outside of the foot. Great strike. There's a number of players with that technique: Harry Ash, Mickey Chambers, Jamie Oki, that do really well to get that ball on the outside of the foot. Sean Jackson, actually one of the other players sat next to me, that's very good at that technique to move the ball from one side to the other side and strike. You've scored a few goals in your time, Sean, haven't you, in terms of the outside of that, but mostly in training, I may say, but one or two in competitive football. Wintle, who done so well in the last game, steps forward, but it's a great pinch by Jamie Oakey. Jamie Oakey, again, another England international, another junior player that's come through the pathway, scored his goal last week in the Amp Football Cup. Here's a chance here, just on the replay that Dave Tweed played into Oakey, as we spoke about that technique with back lift on the outside of the foot. It's such a difficult technique, but so effective when you get it right. Game gets back underway. Nathan Fisher, who has had a tremendous season this year, would be disappointed with the last result against Portsmouth, gets his back going, ball's turned over. Martin Heald, the Everton captain for this season, a man that's relished the armband alongside his mullet that he's got trying to develop here, but he's shown great captaincy this year for Everton, hasn't he, Sean?
Yeah, it's been great to see from the sidelines the sort of biscuits, as we call them, taking more of a senior role, more responsibility, and slightly more mature version of Martin Heald, which it's been weird to see, but it's also great to see him step on. For sure, he is in possession again. Martin Heald going to step forward, tries to find. He's taking his time. He's unlocked Tweed, and what I would say, Ishigozo's on the work, and he needs to get working because Tweed steps forward with the ball. I was about to say that Chelsea could be dangerous on the transition if Ishigozo decided to hold his spot. There was a potential handball there. Shouts from Everton, but Ash drives forward, pinched again from Oakey. Oakey's been superb at a possession so far in this game, Sean. Exactly that. Oakey is in a real good form at the moment. As like you said there, he's come back from Amp Cup with a great goal against Costa Rica, and yeah, he's put in the work since the Nations League, so he's getting that sort of reward. Yeah, for sure. Goals against Costa Rica, goal year before against Morocco in a massive game in the Amp Football Cup. He certainly does like his tournaments in Warsaw. Just in the replay there, you'll see Ramsden pushing the ball across to Tweed that just strikes wide. As you see, you'll be a lot of shots and attempts on target in amputee football, with it being a 7v7 formatted game. Lots of chances at both ends, as we've seen in the last event, and that one just flashed wide by Tweed. Chelsea showing a little bit more composure now, trying to control and dictate the game, as Richie Wintle, who's really impressed me today, actually steps into the ball. It's a great 1-2 with Sofian, but it's a great recovery from Brittles. It pinches it. Tweed, maybe a few years ago, might have got that one, but not now, as Harry Ash regains possession. I think this is needed. Chelsea just showing a little bit of composure, trying to build where they can, take a little bit of the sting out of the game, going 1-0 down early doors. I think by this stage against Portsmouth it moved quickly on to 2 and quickly jumped to 3 and 4. So to take the sting out of the game, to manage it and build their way back in and build a little bit of confidence, I think would be wise. Everton, of course, want to probably make that second goal happen as quick as they can to really settle themselves down and probably give further control and extend the lead. And as we touched on earlier, if they can get to a point where they score as many goals as Portsmouth did, then it puts them in a better position going into that final game. But there's still a long way to go in this one, and we're not ruling Chelsea out just yet. They've had lots of chances the first match, and I'm sure they'll do the same in the second half. Ramsden stepping forward, chopping, punches to Oakey. It's a great skip by Oakey. Falls to Ramsden again. Reaseheath outside of the boot, and it's a great block by Lambert. Harry Ash driving forward now to Wintle. Wintle goes to punch to Ishigozo, but Heald, he's just so mobile. He's an athlete, very quick across his crutches. And Martin is someone who's developed into a fantastic amputee football. His skill set was always his athleticism, but day by day, tournament by tournament, Sean, he seems to be a lot more composed in possession and making better decisions, which is of course a benefit not only to Everton but the national team. 100%. He's obviously a player that I've began playing with since getting into the senior squad and playing alongside him in major tournaments. He's someone that you want to play next to, and he's sort of, like you say there, his technical ability is, I'd say, quite underestimated at times, and yeah, for sure. And a massive shout out again to Film My Match, who have partnered up with England Amputee Football Association for the first ever broadcast of the England Amputee Football League. Hopefully get many more broadcast opportunities in the future, both domestically and internationally, and we're really, really proud and privileged to be accompanied by Film My Match today, who, as you can see, have shown a fantastic coverage of the games. Chelsea back under control, a pitch that we've seen quite frequently so far in this match. The back three players, the two central defenders and the goalkeeper, keeping play and trying to build it patiently, but Wintle goes forward quickly that time,
plays into Sofian and it just skips away. It is very, very heavy, the rainfall here, which you might not be able to tell with the cameras, but it's a very rainy day at Reaseheath College. Just going back to an earlier chance for Ramsden, trying to push it through the legs of Lamborn, that again made another tremendous save, as he did in the first game against Portsmouth. Many tremendous saves in the first game. Everton building up possession here. Ishigozo trying to lock in, Heald. Bailey giving a little bit into the back of Ramsden. I must say, if I was Luke Bailey, I would be following a very similar approach to give Ramsden a little bit. I don't know what your experience is of playing up against him, Sean.
Obviously, very lucky to be on his team most of the time, but he's definitely a player that you need to hit quite early and let know you're there, kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. The old school mentality still goes a long way. Tweed into Oki. Oki steps, goes to punch it, but Ash, it's a great block, and it's an even better pass from Harry Ash to find the foot of Ishigozo. He spins, plays another slower pass this time to Ash. Ash stepping forward, goes to find Sofian, and sadly Sofian doesn't read the same picture. Ramsden now in the transition, going forward here. But Chelsea have good numbers in defence this time. Brittle stepping forward as well. Liam Brittle's another junior to come through the programme. Strikes, comes off Sofian's shoulder and bounces out for a corner kick. Both two former junior players going head to head there in the former Brittles and Sofian Fillet. Good to see. Brittle's not known for his set piece routines, taking the corner. Possibly at the wrong side of the corner flag, I may add as well here, but he gets it going anyway. Very similar to a kick-in. Gets the ball moving. Tweed is on the far side, but it's a flip-flap by Ramsden who strikes, and it's just over the bar. Just over the bar, and Lamborn again is another goal kick to get the game up and running. Game just about to get up and running again here, just after that ball going out. Lamborn gets the ball going. And it's straight through to Phil Grace. Grace getting the ball moving to Tweed. Tweed stepping forward with it. Into Oki. Oki skips by Ash. Oki sets back to Heald. Heald again. Punches back to Oki. Can Everton find a way through for their second goal? Tweed takes his touches. At the edge of the area, lots of Chelsea bodies, and it spills out for a corner kick. What's your thoughts so far in the opening 10 minutes of the game, Sean?
I think it's very similar to what we would have expected. Everton having a lot of the ball, trying to create little chances, and although Chelsea have also tried to build their way through it, it's very hard against the likes of Martin Heald here, who's done a great job so far against Big Mike. For
sure. And talking of that battle, it's this time Ramsden that steps in really, really well to intercept against Ishigozo. He's probably been watching that last game and seen the chances that Chelsea created through playing into their target man and stepped in well to intercept. Tweed from distance, it's ambitious. Dave Tweed's always got one of those two efforts in his locker. He did famously score one of the best ever goals seen in amputee football back at the EAFA Champions League around 2019 over in Georgia Tbilisi, where he scored a free kick from just inside the opposition's half. Do you remember it, Sean?
I do, and I think he's tried to create it every game since.
Yeah, he does like to remind us of that famous strike, and he certainly has got the ability to follow up. It's a great set-piece routine there by Ramsden. Oki coming short, Burbridge looking to peel off the back post. You'll see here again, just a little bit of delicate movement, but it's a great header again from Wintle that's done that on a number of occasions across both matches really well. Tweed gets the ball moving, sets into Burbridge and strikes again. Cleared. Ishigozo, can he hold it up? He needs to hold it up for his team, give them a little bit of respite. He does, he gets his body in the way. Oh, it's a cynical challenge. It could be the first caution of today. Oh, followed up with a ball against Ishigozo. A little bit naughty, that. A little bit naughty from Martin Heald that has that little bit of a streak in him. But as the ball came across here, it was again a clean strike from Burbridge. He just didn't get enough purchase on it and didn't find his way into corner. In the second clip you'll see again Ishigozo cleverly rolling Liam Brittles, who just hacks him down cynically.
Yeah, it's part of Liam's game that he does need to work on. He's very much a rash tackler at times, and it's a needless foul to give away, and it does give Chelsea an opportunity to get bodies into the box.
For sure, he's someone that again has come through the junior programme, as well alluded to earlier, and does some really good work. But it's an equaliser. Harry Ash plays the ball into the area and it's mishit by Phil Grace in the sticks, and it finds it game 1 apiece in the 12th minute. We'll just see a replay of that. Unexpected, to say the least. But that said, you put into those dangerous areas, you never know what comes off. Just seen the replay here of the goal. It's a great ball by Harry Ash. It's right into a dangerous possession. Phil Grace will be disappointed by that though, Sean.
Yeah, like I've just said, giving silly fouls away like that gives Chelsea an opportunity to get the ball into those dangerous areas, and yeah, Phil won't be happy at all with that, but to be kind to him, it's a slippy day.
It is a slippy day. We might just give him that. It's a slippy day, but nonetheless, the standards of the England Amputee Football League, of course, are very, very high, and ultimately you do get punished if you're not on your game, and on that occasion, sadly, Phil did. I've got no doubt he'll play his part in the remainder of this tournament for Everton, and the success. I've got no doubt of the future games, both against Chelsea as we speak, and also Portsmouth, which will take place later on. But nonetheless, Chelsea won't be bothered about Phil Grace's mistake. In fact, they'll be elated as the game finds itself 1 each. First chance they've created today, finds themselves back in the game. It might just be a little bit of a rocket that Everton were looking for, because they went a little bit stagnant over the last 5 minutes, not creating as much, and almost a little bit slow and pedestrian-like in the play.
Yeah, it's something it's happened quite a lot this season, needing to go a goal down or needing to concede just to wake the boys up.
For sure. So Tweed gets the ball going here. It's punched back into Burbridge. Yep. Tweed then finds Ramsden. It's a great touch. He spins on a sixpence, stops him, starts him, swings it in, and Lamborn again comes and collects. I must say, it's excellent defending from Nathan Fisher there to be so patient. Nathan Fisher seems like he's looking for a stoppage in play. There's a broken crutch in the middle of the goal from Wintle, just from that deflected shot by Ramsden. But it's a great touch and pass from Tweed. It's a great spin. Stopped them, started them, and again a right idea to try and cross that ball. A great ball in, but it was deflected by Fisher, collected by Lamborn, and there is just a slight break in play just for a time-out by the seams of it. Yeah, so I believe Everton have called a time-out here in possession of the ball. Again, within the laws of the game of amputee football, one team is allowed to call a timeout per half. So there's one timeout allowed per half. It allows the athletes to get themselves a little bit of fluid on board, take some key messages on from the coaches, and move forward with the game plan.
Yeah, you can see there Mark Dolan getting his information on board to the players. It's his first year in charge of Everton this season. I think he's done a great job.
He certainly has. How many trophies is that so far for this season for Everton? 2 I've got it as, Sean, with the FA Disability Cup in the league.
Correct.
So 2 trophies to their name. Also Portsmouth with the League Cup earlier this season. And again, we could see these 2 stalwarts of amputee football clubs go head to head to decide the competition very soon. In fact, regardless of the outcome of this game, we will see them go head to head to decide the outcome of this competition very, very soon. Chelsea, nonetheless, are looking to try and get a win on the cards, and if they were to win this game, Chelsea, they could also be in contention to win the tournament. There'd need to be a massive swing when it comes to goal difference and a lot of things to fall in their favour, but they're certainly not out of it yet, and they'll be working hard to try and not only get a result in this match in the form of a draw, but they'll be hoping to go the whole way with a win. The teams restart. The referee restarts them early. He's not waiting about. It comes through to Tweed. It's a great save from Lambo. I must say, Sean, that would have been very harsh for that to hit the back of the net. The teams weren't set already for the kick-off.
Yeah, we did mention the referees in the previous game. I think they've sort of they've tried to kill Chelsea there a little bit, and maybe wanting to get an early dart away from the rain.
It's a great save though from Lamborn. He was certainly switched on and ready, maybe whilst a couple of the players were still fixing their crutch. Ball comes out to Brittles here. Brittles strikes a goal, and it's a goal! It's 2-1 to Everton. A deflected strike from former England junior player moving into the Everton first team, Liam Brittles. A great strike from distance. It took a deflection the way out, which I think wrong-footed Lamborn, but nonetheless a great goal. Tweed here, as you'll see in the replay, finding Brittles. It's a great pass round the corner. Brittles, a great touch for composure. The fans on this side, which you can't see many, but I can assure you there's lots of fans here today at Reaseheath College, screaming and urging Brittles to let one go, and he certainly did that, which led Everton to be 2-1 up in this game. Substitution for Everton, Reece Ramsden coming off and being replaced by Lee Dobson. Reece Ramsden had a very, very good 10 minutes. Seems to have gone a little bit quiet over the last few, but I've got no doubt he'll come back and have an impact on this match. Ball comes to a stop for a free kick. Dave Tweed giving that away. I don't know if it was a clash of crutches there or something that may have occurred. I didn't quite catch it. But nonetheless, Everton are in a position where they're getting a free kick. And if you remember, Sean, it might not have been from this position, but last time they had a free kick, it resulted in a goal. Let's see what this one brings. Harry Ash, the man of the moment, stood over it, clips in a similar area again, but Dave Tweed puts his head on it and clears. Everton working quickly on the transition. Burbridge on the spin. He could have probably followed quickly there, but here he comes. Martin Hill, look how quick and elegantly he's moving across the surface, but it's a great tackle by Harry Ash, also known to his friends as Harry Smash, because he does like to put his foot in and turn the play over. Dave Tweed in possession, finds Heald again. Heald finds Burbridge. They just need to get the ball moving a little bit quicker and sharper, Everton, a little bit slicker across the ground, which they seem to now be doing as it arrives into the final third. Dobson, who's just come on, finds Oki. Oki strikes from distance, another deflection, but just pulls wide. I must say, the shots are coming off thick and fast from Everton, and whether it's a clean one or one that's been deflected, it's certainly causing Chelsea some problems. Dobson again, a former England international. How many times have we said that today? But a previous Man City player, been involved in the sport for over 15 years, a top professional, a top player, and he's got a lot of ability to go alongside that. Tweed just drags it wide, didn't get enough purchase on that, and Lamborn goes to retrieve the ball, which again has been fantastically supported by our EAFA juniors, who you'll see walking about the pitch, collecting the balls, putting them back in their place, and it helps keep that multi-ball system alive. Fisher getting the ball moving, tries to find Ishigozo for that trademark pattern. There's a bit of an incident off the ball between Fisher and Dobson. Knowing the two of them personally, I don't think there would have been anything in that. Maybe more of an accident and a clash of the crutches, but here Dobson is found by Heald. Chelsea again, good numbers behind the play. Tweed must going to let this go. He does let it go, but it goes to Burbridge. It steps in from Wintle, and it's a great block into his stomach. Again, lots of pressure here building from Everton, but it's just dragged wide. What's your thoughts on the low block Chelsea are adopting at a play, Sean? Is it something you think is working for them? Is it something you think maybe Everton need to do a little bit different about to break it down?
Yeah, I think you can see it's been a lot more successful than it was against Portsmouth. I think Ellie's the manager, who would have had a word and asked for things to be a little bit more compact, and whether it's Everton's ability to try and break it down, it's not maybe working.
For sure, there's still going to be opportunities for both teams on the transitions, as there always is in amputee football. A lot of the chances come when a breakdown of play happens in the top end of the pitch, and there's space to go at on the other side, and particularly with some of the players on show here, the likes of Harry Ash, the likes of Nathan Fisher, Wintle, Sofian for Chelsea, Dobson, Oki, Burbridge, Ramsden, Heald, Tweed, Brittles. There's so many names that have got that abundance of pace and athleticism to exploit the space going the other way, and I'm sure we'll see that play out as the game unfolds, particularly towards the later stages. But Chelsea find themselves 2-1 down here, looking to try and get the first points and final points of the competition, with it being their final game today. Pass from Fisher, and it's a great pass. It finds Wintle just in front of us here in the commentary. Wintle plays the pass into Ishigozo, but again deflected, and it's in a big tackle between Wintle and Oki.
Oki needs to get himself to the gym there, I think.
Yeah, he did get the old shrug, but Wintle, a solid stature into the 50-50 tackle. Ash just getting the ball set up, which I think is between a kick and a corner, it seems. Yeah, it must be a corner, with the ball just being in the quadrant. Ash plays the ball in, just over the top, no one arriving at the back post. So Everton will be in possession in a moment when they get the game kick-started. The games are, a reminder, 25 minutes per half. Goalkeepers, of course, locked into their areas, with the 7v7 game taking place outfield on the pitch. Dave Tweed stepping forward, England captain. Close touches to him. Pushed out to Burbridge, who finds himself in a wide position. Burbridge punches it back to Dave Tweed. Dave Tweed with a fake shot, could have been a handball, but it's not been given. Ash punches that trademark pass into Ishigozo, but Everton have real good success at stopping that. All I would say is if Chelsea break here, Ishigozo is a man alone by himself, but Everton get the ball in the round, just comes to a stop, and the free kick has been awarded to Chelsea. I believe it may have hit a crutch on the way through. Just see a replay of it here. I can't say myself, Sean, I understand why that one's been given.
Yeah, it's always a debated topic. Deliberate handball and amputee football. I think 90% of the time there's nothing you can do about it, and you've just seen that there with Dave Tweed.
For sure, but we see it in the mainstream game in the Premier League with VAR. It's a very difficult topic, handball, for referees, whether it's intentional, non-intentional, whether it's affecting play deliberately or not. It's a tricky one to be in, but aside from the handball, we do have Everton on the transition. It's a great run by Dobson, who tries to feed in Burbridge. It does skip away, but Winto again, he's been steadfast in that defence, but he's been turned this time by Burbridge, who could put Everton 3-1 up, but he just pulls it wide. I'm sure Oki and Dobson would have been desperate for that to be set back there, Sean.
100%, you can see there the body's getting forward to support Burbridge, and yeah, you can see there Dobson and Oki, maybe even Tweed, in a good position to affect goal.
Just that little bit of composure, that final bit of detail goes a long, long way. But you can see Everton with a high press here. Chelsea struggle to play out of it, and Martin Heel manages to collect the ball, plays it to Jamie Oaken. We will speak about another law of the game in a moment, which is important to understand when watching amputee football. But for the time being, Heel punches out to Dobson. A very lopsided at the moment, Everton. There's nothing over to the left side of the pitch giving them much width, but he finds Tweed, who plays it in. Dobson at the back post, and it just goes through his foot, beyond his crutch, and out for a goal kick. Not too dissimilar to Yates' opportunity in the first game for Portsmouth, where it just got away from him. We will put it down to the slippy conditions and the amount of bodies that had to come through, but he'll be disappointed with that, Dobson, with his ability. Great press again from Everton. Ball just spills out for them to be in possession, forcing Kieran Lamborn into spilling the ball into Everton's half. So the law of the game that I was speaking about earlier is when the ball is static from a goal kick, the goalkeeper cannot cross the ball with the halfway line without it bouncing. So the goalkeeper can't just go from where he is or she is into the opposition's half without the ball bouncing. So you'll often see teams apply a high press. It makes it very difficult to play out if you don't understand the pictures that you're looking for. And at the moment, Chelsea are finding that a little bit of a tough ask with the man-for-man press that Everton are adopting. So a pass from Tweed, but it's not a tidy one that sees Chelsea spill over, sees Harry Ash step forward, he skips by one, he goes to play two, and it's a handball from Martin Hill. I do think that one was intentional, Sean.
Yeah, I think as well there, losing possession quite easy from Dave Tweed. He does like that Hollywood ball from deep, switching play. And again, it's another dangerous position to have a free kick.
Harry Ash got a famous song about him as well that rings sometimes within the England changing room. Stepping into this free kick, Oki and Dobson the wall. Can he get Chelsea back into it for the second time today? It's a great strike, it's a great save from Grace, another great save, and it's in the back of the net, it's come off Bailey, and it makes it 2 each. Incredible scenes here at the home of amputee football. A fantastic first strike by Harry Ash that forced Phil Grace into a save, that was then met, first of all, by Sofiane, forced a second great save from Grace, and then put into the back of the net, deflected by Bailey. We're just seeing it here again. Great ball in from Ash. Don't know if it was going out or not, but a great save. Philly puts it back into the mixer, and it just comes off his boot, the Puma King, and rolls into the back of the net, which sees half-time drawn to a close at 2 each, and an exhilarating game here in Game 2 of the EAFA Cup. Kimberly, saying there's a cafe down there, a really nice cafe if you need to get inside for a wee bit. No bother. Jackal, what's he mean, alright? I don't know, ball boy, he's got 100. How do you have? DJ. How you found the England programme? Good. Enjoying it? Punished. You've done well with your accent. You're trying your best at it. Game about to get back underway here at the home amputee football. An exhilarating end to that first half, which found Luke Bailey getting the equaliser for Chelsea. Game gets underway with Ishigozo, who finds Ash. Ash into Sofian into Ishigozo again. He's dancing to those Nigerian beats today, Michael Ishigozo, who plays it into Ariash. He's snubbed out by Dobson though. Dobson goes to play to Oki. It does hit his crotch, but the referee doesn't seem to give it. Oki did stop there to make it very obvious, but the game continues. Ramsden back on this second half. Punches out to Burbridge. It's a very quick start from Everton. Dobson finds Ramsden, but it just runs away from him. A great battle there by two strong individuals in the form of Wintle and Ramsden. Just rolled off the back of Wintle. Heald has the ball, building out from the back. Finds Dobson. Round the corner to Ramsden. It's a great save by Lamborn after a great strike, and over by Heald, almost taking the lead for Everton there. I've got Jackson next to me in the commentary, kicking and heading every ball, of course wanting his teammates to get the win in today's game and the overall win at today's tournament. As we see the replay here, great stepping forward from Martin Heald, a great touch round the corner from Dobson, and equally a great strike by Ramsden, followed up with Heald just putting again a bit too much onto it. Certainly the England players that have featured in these games maybe need a little bit of work on the finishing to tidy bits and pieces up, because I think there'll be a lot more goals across both games, but testament to the goalkeepers for their involvement. A great pass from Ramsden, a little role reversal into Oki, who strikes it. See here in the replay that great little bit of trickery and skill. Cruyff back heel. Oh, it's a goal just come off camera as the replay's been played. Dave Tweed has put Everton 3-2 ahead. The Oki strike was a stump ball. It hit the residual limb, which then was played quickly, which you'll see here in the replay. Ramsden setting back, to Tweed, who rifles it into the back of the corner by Lamborn. Nothing that Kieran Lamborn can do there, and it puts Everton back 3-2 in this game. It's an entertaining one, this, Sean.
100%, similar to the other game. Plenty of chances for both teams, and yeah, Tweedy's another one that you really can't give space on the edge of the box.
Winto's really impressed me with how strong he's been in 1v1 scenarios. Reece Ramsden, again, one of the best within Europe at taking players on 1v1 with his creativity. He stood up to him time and time again. And if Winto can work on some of his positioning work out of possession, I'm sure that he'll have continued to develop in a really, really promising place that could see him future opportunities with the national team. Fisher taking the free kick here, plays up. It's met like a salmon, pardon the pun, with the kit from Martin Heald. Oki finds it quickly out to Burbridge. Burbridge stepping forward with it. There's an overload with Dobson at the back post. Burbridge flip-flaps it. Can he cut it back? He does cut it back. It's Dobson, and it just pulls wide. But there's a whistle that's gone, and we're just waiting to determine what that's for. I believe Everton are appealing for a handball here, but the referees have yet to make their decision. No, there's nothing in that I can really see. And it seems like it's been given to Chelsea, the free kick. Lamborn plays out to Winto. It just skids away from Winto. Dave Tweed vocally demanding at his teammates. I'm sure you've been on the end of that raft many a time, Sean.
That's what you get with Tweedy, that sort of leadership and real sort of drive for his teammates to do better.
Oh, it could be a handball here. It's not given. Everton again on the attack. Jackson next to me in the co-commentary urging his refereeing colleagues to give that one, to give Everton a little bit of daylight in this game. But I do sense a second goal in this half is coming for Everton to make it 4-2. Ramsden out to Heald. Heald, can he find the pass? He doesn't. It's a great strike, and equally a great save by Lamborn. Jamie Oakey stood at the top of the box with his hands out, demanding why Heald didn't find the pass across, which I'm sure would have seen it go 4-2.
Yeah, similar to me. Very excited when you get into that final third as a defender, and yeah, you can't really blame Heald for taking on that chance there. And equally, Kieran Lamborn with a great save, which I'm sure he would have learnt it from a certain somebody.
Yeah, for sure. Kieran Lamborn with a fantastic save there to again keep Chelsea still in this match. Oki just stood over the corner, about to take. Comes shot to Burbridge. That's a combination that they like to do from their corners, it seems, with the routines. Everton might need to be patient around this build-up. Chelsea have got a lot of numbers around the ball. Might need to be some short combinations to try and affect target. Ramsden opens it up with a roll, and again it's a brilliant block once again by Winto. Ball goes over and spills out for a corner kick. You'll see here that first touch by Ramsden just to roll, touch with outside the foot, and it's a great block by Winto. All I would say is his residual limb came quite high there, that he could have been punished if it was to hit it. But nonetheless, Jamie Oakey stood over the corner. Plays quickly, but it's a poor pass, and Pierce Reynolds just turns it out. Again, another former EAFA junior player featuring in this league, showing there's a pathway for young players to come through and play both domestically and internationally. Again, someone that's come through the juniors and into the England programme. Has been pinched here by Winto. It's a great tackle. He finds Ishiguzo, who looks a little bit out on his feet at the moment. Ishiguzo just can't seem to find his mojo to get into this game. Oki punches it into Tweedy. Tweedy into Dobson. Dobson back to Oki. It's a fantastic move, but Jamie Oki just sends it wide left.
Yeah, when we talk about the format of this tournament, you're looking at goal difference, and England were on the other end of it last week in the Amp Cup, and I'm a bit worried here Everton might start to regret missing out on these chances.
For sure, just a substitution taking place there. Coming back into the game, Luke Bailey as Richie Winto departs, and that might be the last we see of Richie Winto in today's tournament competition. But I've been really, really impressed with him. I've stressed that a number of times. He's athletic, he gets about the pitch, he's certainly improved his touch, makes some really, really good decisions today in possession. Certain moments that I'm sure Richie will watch back and want to improve and get better at to avoid some of the goals that have been conceded by him and his teammates today, but nonetheless a very, very good display. As we see Bailey here play the ball into Harry Ash, Nathan Fisher just stepping back to widen the picture for Lamborn, but Lamborn decides to go direct into Ishiguzo. Ishiguzo doesn't reach it, but the knee of Dave Tweed does. Dobson, great combination, playing to Ramsey, a great pass into Burbridge. Can it be another goal? He stops, he starts again, and Toki takes a touch, he must hit. It's come across. Ramsden out, and it does find its way into the back of the net. It's 4-2 to Everton. A lot of stop and start and a lot of deflections in amongst a raft of bodies, but it sees Everton get the 4th of the game. And Sean, with plenty of time still to play in this, if Everton get a few more, it could see the goal difference swing in their direction.
Yeah, I think Mark Dolan will as well be really happy with this one. Although it didn't look the cleanest of strikes, rotating the ball in the final thirds created that chance there for Burbage. For
sure, as it stands just now going into the final game, of course, Portsmouth winning 5-1 in that first game, so Everton would need to win 6-2 to go on level goal difference with them, or have an equivalent score, or alternatively move into 7-2 scoreline, which might be a lot to ask of them to take that 1 goal advantage. Of course, goals scored and goals against could come into if all square beyond that. He'll take a bit too many touches, but he squeezes through into Dobson. Dobson pushes it through, and it's another goal in quick succession. Sean Jackson next to me giving a fist pump, and he makes it 5-2 to Everton. A great finish from Lee Dobson, the former England and Manchester City man. Squeeze it home, which we'll see here in the replay. Great pass from Burbridge. Heald, we thought here, just took a bit too long. Ash couldn't get enough contact on it. Manages to squirm his way through before a lovely composed finish for Dobson, and Chelsea do look a bit depleted at the moment, Sean.
Yeah, it's a trademark finish from Dobson. It's what we expect from him, and like you say there, Chelsea onto their second game of the day, and now that it's international rules of playing full 50-minute games, you can see some tired bodies out there.
And talking about tired bodies, welcome to the fray, Mr. Chairman of Amputee Football in England, and also 3-time World Cup winner Steve Johnson. He's going to be far from a tired body coming into this match now, and we'll see his exuberance up front, I'm sure, in due course. Ramsden just spills over against Fisher, 2 England teammates in a real heated battle there, which we'll see on the replay. A hefty touch from Fisher, and again clean on the second follow through from Nathan, which he's done well there to keep the ball and retain it after a heavy touch, but spill out for a kick in. Fisher about to get the game back underway, and I'm sure Chelsea will be disappointed with the last 10 minutes and how that's played out for themselves after getting themselves back into the match tremendously well twice in the first half. Here he is, Mr. Steve Johnson on the turn, plays through to Dave Tweed. Dave Tweed, can he chop? Can he hurry? It's into Ramsden. It's a great set to Tweed again, and Tweed just blasts it over. Every chance, every moment in these games is so important with the format. It may just boil down to goal difference if Portsmouth and Everton, of course, does go to a draw. But that said, there's still a lot to happen in this match, and there's certainly still a lot to happen in that match for that to play out. Lambourne getting the game back underway. Everton again applying the high press. You can high press all day and all night against Harry Ash, but it's not going to make the world of difference. The man is a magician, and he peels the ball out to Sofian, who punches it into Ishigozo. Ishigozo shows great strength to hold the ball up there before getting set home to Bailey. Bailey plays it into no man's land, maybe towards Pierce Reynolds, but it's picked up by Oki. It's a great pass by Jamie Oki. Finds Reece Ramsden into Johnson. Johnson stumbles, takes a touch too many. That goes into Harry Ash. Harry Ash plays to Sofian, and it's a great tackle by Martin Heald to stop the transition taking place for Everton there. For Chelsea, sorry, should I say. Steve Johnson showing a touch there similar to the mainstream Everton team so far this season, just a bit heavy, a bit overrun, and maybe not in that full state of confidence yet, which I'm sure he'll grow into.
I would like also to say a massive congratulations to Steve Johnson, celebrating his 20th year being part of Everton in the community.
Yeah, fantastic. Somebody that puts his life and soul into Everton, both on and off the field. A lifelong Evertonian, a supporter of their community trust and foundation programme, which is a massive not only ambassador of, but works full time within, and of course plays a pivotal part in the development of the Everton Amputee national team and amputee football, not only nationally but worldwide. Everton on the attack here, and I'm sure Steve would love to get himself on the score sheet today. Dobson swings a pass in, it's cleared very, very well by Fisher. Comes back out to Heald, who's been exemplary in this game. Finds the man Steve Johnson we've just been speaking about. It's a drag through to Heald, but Harry Ash again there to clean it up. Harry Ash, a great pass to Sofian. Sofian twists Jamie Oki inside out. Harry Ash again with a sweeping pass out to Michael Ishigozo. It's good to watch. It's a great battle there between Tweed and Ishigozo, which they've had over many, many years. And the referees decided to give the free kick against Ishiguzo. We can just see that raking pass there a minute ago from Harry Ash out to Mike. An outstanding pass with the inside of the foot. But Everton back here on the attack. Jamie Oakey steps forward with it. He plays the ball just over into Fisher, and Fisher just quickly clears his lines, but it does mean that the ball looks like it's going to roll out. But it may just stay in play. I can't see quite from the angle there. I think the ball is still live. No, it's gone out of play. Martin Heel gets the ball restarted. Ishiguzo again dislodged from his teammates. Ramsden, who receives it 1v1 against Reynolds, pulls Bailey out. Johnson, the goal we were speaking about that he was after, just pulled away from him there. Lamborn still pushing his team to be organised at this stage. Sofiane finds Harry Ash. Harry Ash, good composure to show it back to Nathan Fisher. And again, since that fifth goal has gone in, Chelsea have been a little bit more resolute, they've been a little bit more organised, but nonetheless Everton still creating a chance or two of their own, just not having that final bit of quality in the end. Good tackle by Fisher as the ball goes out. Certainly a mention as well, I think it's fair to say, Sean, to Mr Andy Roman, the England national team goalkeeping coach, who has been outstanding development for amputee football across the globe. Oh, and just as I'm speaking there, it's another goal that's gone in. It's Dobson that just bounces through a number of bodies and finds its way into the back of the net. I'm sure Lamborn will be disappointed with that one, Sean.
Yeah, just as we mentioned his name, Andy Roman. Yeah, not much to say about that man, but I'm sure he'll be disappointed to see a goal like that go in. But personally, very happy because that brings up that goal difference that's much needed going into this final game of the day.
For sure, that makes the goal difference level now. Of course, Everton scored more, which is the primary focus, but have conceded more. You will see on that action replay as the team celebrates there, the ball just went through Bailey's foot, or just over the top, should I say, of Bailey's foot, which certainly put Lamborn off. But yeah, Andy Roman, massive commitment to the organisation, helped develop the goalkeepers. And of course the outfield players, but helped develop the goalkeepers over a number of years now. Gary Maheineke, that was many years a goalkeeper for the national team, worked underneath Andy, and now of course the two young goalkeepers in the form of Kieran Lamborn that we can see taking goals today, and also Thomas Atkinson that's playing for Portsmouth. Phil Grace, it's worth mentioning, also has featured under Andy Roman as well within the national setup. So a massive shout out to Andy, who I'm sure is watching today. Chelsea get the game back underway at 6-2. Harry Ash receives and plays back to Nathan Fisher. Nathan Fisher starts to step forward with the ball. He finds Sofiane, who punches it, but there's again not enough purchase on that one. And Ramsden, who has still got a lot more to offer, as would you say, Sean, in the coming game, you feel?
Yeah, fingers crossed. He's got family and friends down today. Half of Bolton have turned up for him in this last encounter of the year. But yeah, hopefully he gets out of this first gear, moving into the last game of the day.
It's great to see Shelby Clark back on the pitch, somebody that we spoke about as a trailblazer for women's amputee football, again here in England, but across the globe, one of the first to be playing, and someone that's got a real good following across social media and helps publicise the sport. You're just seeing the replay here, good combination play from Oakey and Ramsden before Ramsden fired over the bar. Everton do need to try and get one more goal, which would give them a +1 goal difference, but as we mentioned before, if they were to go and tied with Portsmouth as things stand, they would look to win the tournament based on goals scored. It goes goals difference, head to head, goals scored, then goals against. Tweed plays into Johnson, into Ramsden. It's a great save though from Lamborn. Bailey again clears his lines. Worth mentioning that Kieran Rimes has made his way onto the pitch as well for Everton. Good to see Kieran get some game time. But just that replay, Johnson, it's a great set, using all his experience to play in Ramsden that just strikes on target. Tweed getting the ball going. Can he find Kieran Rimes? He can. Kieran Rimes takes a touch, plays it inside, and a great block by again Luke Bailey as the ball spills out for a kick in. Just seeing the replay here from the goal. Dobson bounced through a few players over the top of Bailey's foot and into the back of the net. Corner kick comes in. Reece Ramsden felt aggrieved that it was fouled, but a bit of natural contact with the crutch taking place. Healed, skips round Clark, bends it in, and it's another goal. It's Ramsden that not only finds the back of the net, but finds his way through the net as he falls in that finish. A great ball from Hale, great creativity to skip back by Shelby Clark, and it's a great side-footed finish by Reece Ramsden. Great movement by Ramsden, as you see here in the replay. Just watches Heald skip by, starts to make his movement inside, and then a great connection from 2 yards out to make it 7-2 to Everton.
I'm not too sure how Martin Heald is going to feel about that one. Pinched from the line from Ramsden.
Yeah, Jackson, obviously in the co-commentary, feeling that Heald might have been a bit disappointed with that, but it's again great to see another junior amputee make his way onto the pitch in the form of Jack Wynne Penny, who you'll just see to the left hand side of the screen in a moment. Jack again come through the junior programme, still actively involved in his aspirations to play for both Everton and I'm sure the national team in the future as a goalkeeper. But we're back underway as Dave Tweed skips by. Luke Bailey gets to block that ball, spins on it, twists on it, plays it up the line, but it goes out of play. Jamie Oakey keeps it in just before it does, in fact. Oakey keeping good control of this game. Everton have been really, really good in this, really composed, real good level of control as well throughout. And even at 2 each, Sean, where we looked like they could have come under a little bit of pressure and stress, they've done really well to build their way back into it.
Yeah, I think this is where you're getting the bonuses of having a team that train weekly together, have that relationship on the pitch with each other, and really understand what their teammates going to be doing. And it's also worth mentioning as well, Jack, who's just come in goal, is one of 2 goalkeepers as a double amputee playing the sport.
For sure, the other being, of course, Thomas Atkinson, that you've seen feature for Portsmouth earlier. Again, a top class professional is Thomas, and someone that's got a lot to offer, but I'm sure Jack will be following in Thomas's footsteps and probably looked up to Thomas as a role model over the years to try and get to where he's currently stood just now. So a massive shout out to Jack. We're all very, very proud of him featuring today and as he continues to progress. Jamie Oakey put serious pressure on the Harry Ash, could have been a free kick but not given. Reece Ramsden step forward, blocked by Luke Bailey and spilled over to the bar. This current scoreline, just to make it clear, does give Everton the lead going into this final game where they'll play Portsmouth, but just as we'll see in the replay, thought Harry Ash's crutch was clipped, it wasn't given. Reece Ramsden stepping into it, and it's a great block by Luke Bailey. Again, arguably maybe a handball there off his crutch shoulder, but not given, and spills over for a corner kick. Jamie Oakey just walking out to get the ball from the marker, and again the juniors who are present today, you'll see dotted around the pitch, help recovering the balls and getting them put back onto the marker. Tweed skips by Pierce Reynolds, plays into Oakey, back to Tweed, and it's in the back of the net. It's 8-2, David Tweed, Jamie Oakey, young and old, 8-2 Everton. What a finish.
Yeah, Jamie Oakey's going to be very happy with that one. He regards himself as Dave Tweed's best friend, which you wouldn't imagine given the age gap, but he did want it mentioned that Jamie Oakey was responsible for assisting Dave Tweed's 100th goal. I
can't say, knowing Dave Tweed so well, I can't say that finish was intentional. It seemed to clip off his big toe and make his way into the back of the net. But nonetheless, he won't care. It's another goal for the stat board, both domestically and internationally, and more importantly, puts his team in an 8-2 lead, a massive lead going into this final game. Chelsea get the game back underway, but Everton quickly reclaim possession. Oakey, who's in great form, as we spoke about earlier, finds it, goes darting, goes dancing. It's a great block by Nathan Fisher. Chelsea certainly out on their feet now. Michael Ishigozo came off, but he's about to make his way back into the fray in a moment. But while that's going on, Everton have got the game back underway, and it's a terrific save by Lamborn. They're coming thick and fast at the goal today, Everton, aren't they?
Yeah, it's exactly what we want to see, to be honest, that relentless sort of attitude to go on and be deadly in front of goal. I still think there's work to be done in terms of being more clinical. Definitely need that edge going into the game against Portsmouth. For sure, and what's interesting now is the way that this is played out, is it's turned out to be a bit of a warm-up match for both Portsmouth and Everton, which, without being disrespectful to Chelsea, they've applied themselves tremendously well. They've worked very, very hard, but the gaping scoreline in both games means that they'll both be ready and firing to go and play in the final game of the tournament to ultimately decide who the winning team will be. But while that's going on, Johnson tries to foul Heald. Bailey again steps in, pinches, comes back to Heald on the turnover. I don't think there's much wrong with that, but Bailey's appealing. It's driven in, and it's caught again by Lamborn. Brittles strike from distance, looking for his second of the game. Brittles, has he ever scored a double in league action? I couldn't tell you, but another fun fact for Liam Brittles, that number 66 on his back, he is a devoted Liverpool fan, so it's a nice little reminder of the Reds.
I've got a lot of time for that. One, Liam's support for Liverpool, but even more importantly, how he doesn't let the football rivalry get in the way. Similar to Sean next to me, that's a massive Liverpool fan. They're not accustomed to playing solely for their team, because of course Liverpool doesn't have an amputee football team, but Everton does, and some of them often wear their shirt underneath the Liverpool shirt to still remember themselves for who they truly support. But in amputee football terms, they are all toffees, or amputoffies I think as they're called. Now Heald meets the ball, gives it to Tweed. Johnson, a great touch. Johnson 1-2 with Rhymes. Oki steps in and he converts for 9-2, and I must say that's a tremendous goal, Sean.
That's exactly what we want to see, that sort of combination in the final third, and we know what Steve Johnson's ability is technically. That's what we need to provide him with to bring others into the game, and it's Oki with a great finish similar to the one against Costa Rica.
For sure, and it's a great touch by Kieran Rhymes as well to just place that back into the path of Johnson, who obviously got a great shout from Jamie Oki on his left shoulder. I'm sure Elaine Oki will be watching on today, a proud mum, but also somebody that does some tremendous work for the charity, helping raise funds, helping support the growth of EAFA. And Elaine, if you're watching, thanks for all your hard work and support you do, not only for the juniors but for everybody involved. I'm sure very proud to see Jamie making the ball into the back of the net there for another goal. Everton in cruise control of this game now, finds Jamie Oki. Jamie Oki touches to the outside. Great turnover by Harry Ash, and Shelby just pushes out of play. 2 minutes left remaining in this. Games are 25 minutes each way, 50 minutes in total, of course, plus added time. And the next fixture up, and the final fixture of the day, and the decisive fixture of the day, more importantly, will be between Portsmouth and Everton, which we're excited for. But before then, Heald converts for another. Everton are on fire. Chelsea look out on their feet, and it's a great strike from distance, which really does put them in a massive lead in this game. You'll just see the restart from the kick in. Brittles plays across to Heald. Heald, a great touch, and it's a great strike again. Lamborn maybe disappointed with that. It was a good height for him, but I think at this point, emotionally and physically, Chelsea look very, very tired. Ishizuka came back into the game, starting at centre half, tries to play Sofian up front but can't seem to find them. Heald plays into Tweed, plays back to Heald. Again, two close friends, Dave Tweed and Martin Heald. Mark Dolan stood the epitome of calmness with his hands in the pocket over the far side, but I'm sure in the next 45 minutes when the next game comes, that'll look a little bit different in his animation as he faces up against Portsmouth. Tweed finds Heald. Ishizuka still working hard, trying to get a sign of life in the game where he can for Chelsea, which is difficult, but they have applied themselves tremendously well. Just the ability gap in today's game is certainly shown as the game's going on. But worth noting again, this of course is Chelsea's second game back-to-back of the day, whilst it is Everton's first. Great save there for Lamborn with a foot save just to push it wide. Heald, is he going to find them at the back post? He does. It's a great ball, and it just comes off his knee, it seems, and that brings an end to the proceedings. A certainly disappointing and frustrating outcome for Chelsea that sees Everton cruise to a 9-2 lead, which was 2 each at half-time, but more importantly now leads us into the final game of the tournament, which will see Everton take on Portsmouth to decide who will be crowned as the EAFA Cup champions. Be with us, please, in 45 minutes. A massive welcome back to the home of amputee football. I'm delighted to be joined by Sean Jackson, the co-commentary for the final game of today's EAFA Cup event. The EAFA Cup is the premium cup competition that takes place, and in the finale today we have Portsmouth and we also have Everton going head to head once again. It has been a group stage format, although the results between Chelsea and Portsmouth, followed by Everton and Chelsea, mean that it boils down to this game. Everton, of course, have a 2-goal differential going into this. It puts them in a place where a draw would be enough to win them the competition, whilst Portsmouth need to go and get all 3 points to claim the EAFA Cup win. As you can see, Portsmouth starting line-up here with number 1 Thomas Atkinson in goals, number 3 Roger Whitehouse, accompanied by Westbrook at centre-half. We expect Michael Chambers to play in a central position with Jay Trugaskis and Matt Dean either side, with TJ Yates through the middle. We've got Kirk Hughes and Shea Gray on the bench, and the team is managed by Callum and Patrick. The Everton line-up coming up, 24 Phil Grayson goals. Martin Heald will be accompanied the defence with Dave Tweed, number 7. We expect Lee Dobson to play either side of Jamie Oakey alongside Reece Ramsden on the other side, Jamie Oakey in the middle with Liam Burbridge up front. The manager for the team is Mark Dolan, with Kieran Rhymes, Steve Johnson, Jack Winpenny and Liam Brittles all featuring on the bench. Massive good luck to both teams, and I'm sure this will be an exciting encounter to round off what's been a tremendous day for amputee football here at a very wet and windy Reaseheath College. Sean, welcome back.
Welcome. Good evening to everyone watching from home. I think this is the main game of the day for a lot of our viewers today.
It sure is. It's the main game, and it is the afternoon still. So, well, as John said, good evening to everybody. A massive good afternoon too. TJ Yates is going to get the ball going for us and kicking the game off live.
It'll be the evening somewhere.
It will be the evening somewhere. It's always 5 o'clock somewhere, Sean, isn't it? Owen Radley, today's main referee, gets the game underway. And here we go. An exciting counter ahead of us, Sean. Sean obviously featuring as an Everton player in the co-commentary, so we'll try to avoid bias where we can, but I'm sure he will get excitable in the studio as the game goes on. Roger Whitehouse getting his early touches in, pushes out wide to Ray Westbrook. Ray Westbrook into Trugaskis. Trugaskis again in that deep position, tackled by former teammate Lee Dobson there. And Portsmouth have started to get a grip of the game early doors, trying to build their way in, but again, having a little bit of purpose to go forward when the opportunity arises. Jimmy Trugaskis coming inside the pitch, plays it across to, again, his former England teammate Mickey Chambers. Whitehouse across to Westbrook. Everton have a good shape, Sean, against the ball currently. What's your thoughts on that? Is it something that the team have worked on?
Yeah, it's something that obviously Dolan's worked on throughout the whole year to create a team that's compact. I think a lot of goals went in early doors last year, and it's something he's definitely wanted to tighten up, and I think it'll be a great battle. It's 2 great battles today, watching Chambers against Oakey, watching Trugaskis against Ramsden.
Yeah, for sure. Trugaskis just did an early strike over the bar, which you would have seen on your screens, as Heald steps into it, plays to Oakey. Oakey, a lovely punched out pass to Ramsden, just maybe a little bit too far away from Reece, but Reece manages to adjust his crutches and keep the ball in play. Everton now, both seem to be feeling each other out. It's a bit of a slower start, but both in relatively good control. Westbrook turns the ball over, stopped pass going into Oakey with a fake shot up the line. Finds Dean. Dean tries to skip teammate Burbridge, also accompanied alongside Jamie Oakey, who again a current teammate of Matt Dean at England. But Trugaskis picks up, and this when he looks dangerous. He gets clipped by Oakey, he keeps going, he's driving, can he find the pass? He skips by Tweed, he skips by another one, skips by Biscuits, and he goes down. There's nothing given. It seems to be a bit of a head injury on the go. Trugaskis can't believe it. Nothing's been given there. Owen Radley, I think, is going to go over and have a conversation. But you can see the magnificent skill of Trugaskis here, John. He skips by 1, he skips by 2. There was a handball, a foul in there. And I think Heal does get the ball before the contact's made, but I would argue that there's been a number of fouls in the build-up to that.
Potentially a couple of fouls, but I think that last one was clean from Martin for once.
I think the challenge that was faced there was Heal made contact with the ball, but the second follow-up contact seem to go through and clash with Tregaskis. So I think it's a hard one for the referees, but I do think beforehand there was enough contact for a foul to be given for Portsmouth FC. But nonetheless, we're back underway. Tweed tries to find Dobson, spilled over. Tregaskis finds a shoulder of Dobson in his face, but the game continues. This will be, worth mentioning, a fiery encounter, Sean. I think Sean's mic's just gone off, but anyway, the ball goes into Yates. Yates plays to Chambers. Chambers on the half volley, spills out and goes for a kick in to Portsmouth. I think Sean's back live. I was saying about it being a fiery encounter. It's a competitive game, both teams hungry for some more silverware. Yeah, how do you see this one playing out?
Yeah, it always is. I think Everton have obviously been on the end of 2 good results against them most recently, but it's always a fiery contest. You know, you've got players there very passionate about their teams, and yeah, two sides with great quality, and there's a lot of fighting in them all. And I think Owen, the referee's got a tough game on his hands. For sure, it's a great steal though. Talking of fiery, a great steal from Tregaskis against Ramsden. From Ramsden against Tregaskis, 2 very good friends, teammates. Finds Oki. Oki takes a touch, pinches through, and it's a great block by Matt Dean, but it comes back out to Liam Burbridge. Burbridge finds Dobson. Dobson, can he set back? Great numbers around the ball. Finds Ramsden, it's blocked, and here comes Tregaskis on the other side of it. Tregaskis and Chambers driving forward. He finds Yates, can Yates get a touch? It's a great save by Phil Grace. Ball still remains in play, a lot happening here. Great tackle by Heald, and it seems to roll out for a goal kick. As you'll see here in the transition, it's a great way to pass by Tregaskis to find Yates. Yates opens his body, the ball just runs away from him, and Phil Grace done excellent there, Sean, to come and close the space down and make sure the ball rolls in the opposite direction. Yep, that's the Phil we've known to grow and love, and yeah, slightly making up for the previous game's mistakes. Yeah, which we did say, we did expect Grace to play a big part if Everton will be successful in this game, and we'll be interested to see how that plays out. Tweed steps forward with Yates locking in and back tackling now. Played into Burbridge. Burbridge fires it in, but it's a great clearance once again with Ray Westbrook, something that he's fantastic at doing. He appeals for a decision there which isn't given, and finds another fantastic pass to Matt Dean. Matt Dean getting loads of touches and drives a great pass into Chambers. Transitions happening thick and fast into Yates. Yates holds it up, comes back and rebuilds the play. It's an exciting game, and it's followed by a nasty tackle by Heald. We did say this has got a fiery contest written all over it, and a couple of the early challenges are certainly setting the stall out. Yeah, that's a nice early one from Biscuits there to get some aggression out. Hopefully they'll settle down now. Yeah, it's Chambers over this free kick. Back in 2017, Dobson stood over it when Westbrook flicked one in, and they're going to try something similar this time. It's followed up by Biscuits' knee, also known as Martin Heald, spilling it out for a corner kick. Tregaskis makes his way over to take the corner kick. Chambers just down at the halfway line, doing his laces. Maybe a bit subtle to try and go for a late dart. As he does, Chambers here starts to skip forward. Tregaskis takes a corner, whipped in at the front post, and Ramsden, he's got a big cranium, and that's the reason why. Clears it from the front post, and it goes out for another kick. And not too dissimilar to the angle of a corner. And Portsmouth do have a 2v1 overload here. Oki gets out to shut down Tregaskis. Tregaskis and Ramsden into a massive clash. Tregaskis seems to have taken a little bit of a knock to the hand in the process of that, and Chambers does really well to slow the transition down as Heald makes his way over to take the kick in. Eachy peachy this first half so far, Sean. There's not a lot in it, not a lot of chances. Apart from now, hopefully. Potentially Burbridge opens it up to Ramsden. Ramsden stands 1v1 versus Dean, steps inside, gets his strike off. It's a great save by Axon, well gathered. A little bit of contact that followed through after, but Ramsden wasn't looking for the free kick, and both referees had no interest in giving it either. Atkinson just stood dancing over the ball, taking his time, getting reset as he sometimes does before the game, gets back into full swing. Someone might need to remind them that they actually need a result in this game. Well, Portsmouth do need a result. They are, of course, on the same points, but Everton have a 2 better goal differential due to the outcome of the Chelsea game, where they came out strong 9-2 winners in what was a game that was tied at 2 each in the first half. An incredible second half performance.
Westbrook getting on the ball, nice and deep in the Portsmouth half, looking to make it tick. It's a great pass into Yates. Yates is a great spin, but Tweed does very well in the recovery. Into Dobson. Dobson's first time lay off to Ramsden. Ramsden steps forward now to find Burbridge. Can Burbridge dance round Westbrook? He can't. It's a great tackle. Goes back out to Oki though. Yards from goal. Gets his strike. It could be a handball. It is a handball. And Everton get a free kick deep in Portsmouth territory, looking to open the scoring in this final EAFA Cup game, but equally is also the most crucial EAFA Cup game, with both teams in pole position to win the tournament should they get all 3 points. Just see here on the replay that great transitional play by Everton, the great switcher play by Burbridge, great way to pass into Ramsden. Ramsden, the set that eventually comes back, and it's a great save by Atkinson, an earlier chance from a couple of minutes ago. Tweed stood over the free kick. We spoke about this man's danger from set pieces. He does know how to find the back of the net from any range, and you need to fancy him here, Sean.
All day long, you're back, Dave Tweed here.
Here he goes. Tweed steps up to it, strikes through it. But it's in the back of the net. It's a deflection from Atkinson's save, and Dobson pushed it in. The Portsmouth players are appealing for it. There seems to be a little bit of confusion, and the game's back going here again. And the game's going to be brought to a standstill. I think the goal doesn't stand, as you'll see in the replay in a moment. Tweed's free kick deflected by Atkinson with a save. Dobson's stump seemed to appear to his residual limb to hit the artificial surface, which if it does, as we look here, yep, he steps down on his stump after he makes a strike, which is an illegal move. The game continues at 0-0. It's fast, it's furious, there's chances, there's goals going in, free kicks given. We can't get enough of it here, Sean, can we?
I mean, I think we've given a lot of praise to the referees in the first game, and you know, I'm not sure how Dobbo can really change his body weight from falling down like that.
It's a difficult one. He's certainly not put his stump on the ground as he struck the ball, but he has landed on it, and instead of maybe potentially falling over, it's certainly a difficult position to be in, and it's maybe something that we'll need to look in more detail about after the game. But nonetheless, the game continues here. It's a great clearance from Tweed. Westbrook does twice to stop it. Him and Tregaskis go into collision before Ramsden and Tregaskis clash at the halfway line, which was a great tackle by Tregaskis, and both putting blood, sweat and tears on the line. A little bit late actually from Ramsden, despite him seem to have got the free kick though.
I think he was pulled up on that first collision with Ray Westbrook.
It's a great spot, Sean, it's a great spot. That's why I've got you here. It's good to know.
Get your goggles on.
Yeah, for sure. Ball comes forward and Dobson's foot doesn't seem to land on it. And I must say, as I said earlier, I do apologise for any biased commentary that comes in the way of our co-commentator today, Sean, who of course is an Everton player but sidelined through injury. But nonetheless, Portsmouth have started relatively well. I think Ray Westbrook and his team would want a little bit more from themselves in form of attempts in that final third so far. Everton certainly creating more of the chances with that disallowed goal, but there really hasn't been much in this game so far. Both seem to be feeling and sensing each other out, and I've got the feeling, Sean, the first goal will make all the difference and certainly open the game up. Westbrook finds Chambers and talking to the first goal. It's 1-0 to Portsmouth. Michael Chambers on his return bends it into the top corner. I must say it's possibly the finish of the day. It's a well weighted pass from Westbrook. We've been speaking about him building the play really well today, and as you can see here, Matt Dean, it's a great touch, driving at the heart of that Everton defence before he punches out to Westbrook. Westbrook's pass over to Chambers, and out of nowhere, that's a ludicrous finish for Chambers to put Portsmouth 1-0 up in this game. Game's back underway though at Reaseheath College, at the home of amputee football. Still lots of twists and turns in this final game to take its place. And here we go, one of those final twists and turns. And Ramsden just pushes the ball over after a fantastic through ball. Atkinson done excellent to come and close the space. You'll see it here. Jamie Oakey back to Dave Tweed. Dave Tweed seen Ramsden just peel off the shoulder of Tregaskis, and he's done everything right, but it's just spilled away from it at the last moment, and over the bar it goes, Sean.
And that's the sort of chances that Dave Tweed can make from that deeper position that he's playing at the moment.
For sure, we're seeing both Dave Tweed and Ray Westbrook get an early grab on this match with lots of progressive forward passing that's making a difference. That was an excellent pass from Atkinson to get the ball underway and get into the Everton half. Tregaskis drives down the line, he's looking for a free kick. There's peels from Westbrook and Whitehouse, but nothing seems to be given. Owen Radley having a word here currently with Jamie Tregaskis, which will appear in your screen in a moment. He receives a caution for being frustrated with the decision from the referee, and it's good to see the referee's getting a tight grip of this game. Sadly for Jamie, obviously on the side of that caution there, but it's good to see a level of control to make sure things don't get out of hand, and as I said, what will be a really, really competitive match. Tweed takes the kick in. Great competition there between Whitehouse and Dobson. 1v1 against each other. But Everton's kick in just into Portsmouth territory. Portsmouth have got lots of numbers behind the ball. They look secure. It's going to be a good combination play or set piece routine from Everton to really unlock them. But as they try to do it, Tweed steps forward. Great clearance by Whitehouse. Can Oki land on it? He can't. He lets it run over. He finally gets a touch on the ball and it runs out to Portsmouth. Oki needs to be more proactive there, Sean, to land on that ball.
I mean, we spoke about it earlier. Someone who might need to get himself a few more sessions at the gym, but you know, he's got to get his body in there ahead of TJ.
Yeah, within today's surface there's lots of slipping and sliding, and particularly when that ball's in the air and it's about to land, you need to avoid letting it bounce as a primary rule within any game of football, but equally you need to be ready for when it lands and bounces to land on it. The ball's come into the box there, and it's a great header from TJ, great save from Grace, and it's cleared by Everton, but you'll see in the replay it was almost 2-0 to Portsmouth. The ball came in again. Westbrook, the architect of this one, a great delivery, something that they've done fantastically well. Yates bounced it twice off Tweed, a great block from Ramsden, and then a very good clearance from Heald eventually. They're trying to set it up again, very similar. Westbrook here. Okay, just 3 or 4 yards away from the ball. Westbrook asking the question if he's encroaching, if he's too close. Westbrook sends the ball back into danger zone. Yates looking to get his head on it, but it lands on Ramsden this time. Okay, oh, it's a great touch from Oki, and Westbrook just catches him, but nothing given by the officials. The game continues. 15 minutes into this first 25-minute period, Portsmouth certainly had the better of Everton so far, being 1-0 up. That said, Everton have had a disallowed goal for a residual limb touching the surface, which of course isn't allowed in amputee football, but both very itchy-peachy, but ultimately it is 1-0 at the moment to Portsmouth through an unbelievable Chambers finish, and it could be 2-0 and it's not. Tregaskis, fantastic work down the channel and finds Yates in the middle, who peels off the shoulder of Tweed. That needs to be 2-0 there, Sean.
Yeah, Everton very lucky to get away with that one, to be honest there. I think a little bit more leadership at the back there just to get the lads organised and cutting out those chances. For
sure, but Everton make the win the attack here. Dobson spinning, twisting, turning. There's a good number of Everton players fault here, but Tweed's touch just goes over him. It's a great recovery though, even though Matt steps into the challenge. Tweed into Dobson. Dobson tackled by Whitehouse, and here Pompey again on the transition. Can Tregaskis keep this in? Sean's got his hands in his head. He sees Tregaskis driving and he's concerned, and understandably why. He skips by Oki. Tregaskis heads and it's 2-0! Jamie Tregaskis goes solo, finds the back of the net for the second goal of today's game. What a finish by Jamie Tregaskis. Skips by Jamie Oki, who across the wet surface seemed to find his way to ground. Skips inside, and the outside of that foot finds the bottom left-hand corner of Phil Grace's post. What a goal, Sean.
Yeah, it was a good finish.
Sean's not giving any credit there against his Everton team. I must say, the 2 goals that Portsmouth scored today have been absolutely sublime, but there's still lots left to play in this as Everton back on the attack. Just seen the replay there again from Tregaskis' goal from another angle. It's unstoppable, and Atkinson greeting him rightly to thank him for taking his team up. There seems to be a goal. There seems to be a goal out of nowhere. It's a bit of a Chris Kamara moment. What's happened there, Jeff? And Everton have made their way back into the game with a goal. The Portsmouth players are unhappy. A free kick's been given, which we'll see here, which was a foul on Ramsden as the replays were taking place. And as they done that, Oki's played quickly to Heald. He'll play the straight through, and it made it way 2-1. A quick free kick sees Everton back in this game. But Portsmouth really are not happy about the decision. Really not happy at all. But ultimately these things have happened before in amputee football. Quick decisions, team switching off, and they've been punished on.
It's a clever bit of play there from Oki. Fair, but very clever.
Yeah, for sure, and it's those moments where everybody stands and scratches their head, and a bit of frustration from the opposition that have conceded, but a very well worked goal, and as Sean said, a very fair goal. But nonetheless, Portsmouth get back underway, and what a game this is for the final game in the EAFA Cup. 2-1 in the first half, two spectacular goals, a controversial goal ruled out, and equally a controversial goal ruled in. What do you think of Everton's chance of getting back into this, Sean?
It's a goal like that you need, isn't it, to get you back in, and like you say, Everton, to be fair, maybe not had as many chances as Portsmouth, but I think the depth that they've got in the squad hopefully will carry them through, but needs to look after the ball a lot better than that going forward.
For sure, I'm glad me and you have got quite strong headphones in here and we're not hearing the chat from some of the players on the pitch. I think the Portsmouth bench and players were being sensitive, conceding that goal in that fashion, and certainly might point towards the match officials, although as we've rightly pointed out, we probably do feel that that's the right decision, playing quickly and everybody else is switched off around it. Trugaskis in possession of the ball, Portsmouth still in cruise control, 2-1 up, but the games can change quickly, as we well know in amputee football. He makes his way down the line and Heald gets his body in well just to shrug him off. But all is happening 2 minutes. Within 2 minutes, the game's gone from 2-0 to 2-1. So a really exciting spectacle we have on our hands here. As Oki steps forward, he finds a pass into Ramsden. It's a great crossfield switch. Ramsden up against Whitehouse, body in the way. Two strong men competing against each other. But Whitehouse, after a couple of clips at the ankle, gets the right decision. And he's not giving it Portsmouth's way. I can't believe what I'm seeing here, Sean. They've given the free kick to Everton.
Yeah, rightly so, but Portsmouth need to be careful and watch their heads here. That's the second yellow for Matt Dean now. Trugaskis already on one as well for dissent to the referees. For sure, I think it's a prominent point that within amputee football, all the players are trying to get better at their conduct towards match officials as across the game, and it's important that we highlight that referees are absolutely right in getting their cards out for any language going their way that is wrong. Free kick taken there by Tweed, cleared, and Ramsden goes to take the kick in now. But it has been a very excitable, as you can tell in my voice, for those viewers watching, a very excitable first half. Burbridge just pushes the ball out there. Great contact by Matt Dean onto Liam Burbridge just to force that spill over and turn over the ball. Games hinging on a balance. Nothing really separating the teams apart from two wonder goals and the controversial goal that's brought Everton back into the game. Westbrook kicks the ball up to TJ Yates. TJ Yates, I think it came off his face by the looks of it there. It wasn't. His beard.
Possibly his beard. He has got a beard. I thought they'd cushioned it if it came off his beard because he's got a great beard, this TJ. But just ran out of play there. Tweed taking the kick in on the far side. England captain, of course, trying to rally the troops to get them back into this game. And I must say, if we wanted a game broadcast for the final game of amputee football this season, this was the one. It's all seemed to have worked out pretty well as Heald stepped forward with the ball here. He tries to find Oki again, having to get back into the match at 2-1 down with 5 minutes left plus additional in this first half. Chambers and Oki in a bit of a tangle, comes off Trugaskis, who springs really well to get it. He rides a challenge and here he goes again. Jackson's hands back on his head as Trugaskis rides forward. It's a great tackle that time from Heald, and because Trugaskis has fallen over, it means that he has given the ball away. Radley having a chat with Jamie Trugaskis, who is in a caution. It'll be interesting to see what Owen Radley does here, Sean.
He is getting control of this game.
He is getting a grip of the game, and it's good. It's good to see the referees taking that no. What's the word I'm looking for, Sean?
I don't know, a clean word.
Yeah, a clean word for sure. But he's taken no messing around, that's for sure. He's been very direct in his approach. He's speaking very clearly to the players and explaining the standards that should be set, not only within amputee football in England, but we see it across the globe also, that players become so emotionally charged in the game that it can come with a little bit of an overspill. We've just seen a delay in play here as Trugaskis' eye is currently being looked at by the referee, and also team captain Ray Westbrook. He seems to have a little bit of astroturf in his eye. Jamie's one of those players, Sean, you know him personally. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's so quick and agile as he goes at players. He gets so many phases of contact in his way through that if he doesn't get fouls, he gets frustrated. But if you give him a few seconds to calm down, he usually comes to his senses and doesn't mean any level of reaction that he often shows.
Yeah, like you see there, he's gone straight over to Martin Heald and given him a little hug.
Yeah, heart of gold, Jamie, heart of gold. But nonetheless, the game's back underway, and I'm sure if he needs to push Martin Heald over to try and get another goal, he won't stop himself in doing so. Dean puts Atkinson in a bit of trouble there with a heavy back pass, and Everton get the ball back. Everton are probably looking to apply a little bit of pressure over these next 2-3 minutes to see if they can go into halfway. Equal. Ball played in from Tweed to Heald. Heald played out to Burbridge. Tregaskis' crutch stops. It should have been a handball, but isn't given. Burbridge now pressing Tregaskis. Tregaskis under a little bit of pressure. It comes back to Burbridge, who finds a pass to Heald. Heald moves the ball out to Ramsden. It's good play by Everton. Ramsden, this is where he wants to see himself. 1v1, it's a great tackle by Whitehouse, though, who follows through on Heald. Tweed and Yates back there, exposed 1v1. Tweed steps forward. Can he find Dobson? He can't. Westbrook has been a stalwart back there. It's a great flick through to Westbrook. Tregaskis here on the charge, on the transition against Oki once again. He twists him again. He turns him again. He's dancing, and it's a free kick. It's a cynical free kick, and you can see Tregaskis, hands on head, frustrated that he was dancing through there and was going to create a goal. For me, it should be probably a caution at that, Sean.
Yeah, I think Martin will be lucky to get away with that one. It was a necessary foul, but yeah, he's gotten away with it. So thank you very much, referee. But again, another dangerous position for a set piece, and let's see if Phil can deal with this one.
For sure, it definitely for me was a caution. I thought Tregaskis' skill was fantastic to dance through, and was certainly a very good opportunity. But Chambers here with the free kick, stands over. Did it come off the crutch of Dobson? Seems not to have been, so it's gone out for a corner. We'll just look here again at the replay as it comes through. Chambers strikes through it. It comes off his residual limb. It was outside the area, so it would have meant another free kick, but the referee deems that it didn't. Again, whether it's on purpose or accidental in the residual limb, just for the laws of the game, it's always a foul, is the rule, which can be often harsh to the players involved, but that is the law. But not given on that occasion, and it sees a corner to Portsmouth. Chambers stood over at number 11. Everton with every player back, defending both zonely and man marking. Ball comes in from Chambers. It's a driven ball. Faces Dean. Ball still live in play. Playing to the blue lines, of course. Plays to the outside of the foot of Dean, and the ball just spins out. It's a difficult technique to get that in the half volley, Sean.
Yeah, it definitely is, especially as a left footer from that angle, to wrap your foot around it.
Yeah. One of the more difficult techniques within amputee football. Burbridge, it's a great touch though that sees him skip away after a get through ball from Oki. He gets wiped out by Dean, finds his way to Ramsden. Can Ramsden find Oki? He finds Oki, takes a heavy touch, finds Ramsden again. Can he find it across to Dobson? He steps on the ball, he twists on the ball, he punches it wide. I can't believe it's not hit the back of the net. It was a great opportunity for Everton to level the game. Matt Dean off the ball, taking out Burbridge, but more importantly, Everton finding the gaps to play through, and Dobson will be disappointed it's not hit the back of the net.
Chances like this where we need to be, Everton need to be to finishing.
Yeah, Sean says he is Everton through and through. He is an amputee, as we said earlier, the nickname for Everton's amputee football team. But nonetheless, Everton still trail from one goal from Portsmouth. Two fantastic finishes from Chamber and Tregaskis, currently putting them 2-0 up before a quickly worked free kick got them back into the game for Everton. There's a clash there in the middle of the pitch, nothing wrong with that. Both players just throwing themselves at it. Heald jumps in with Dean, shows great skill, but the referee seems that Dean has touched the ball with his crutch in the process of doing that. There's a little bit of handbags and scuffle off the ball, which again we did speak about will always happen in this sort of fixture. Chambers has stood over the ball, again an ex-teammate of David Tweed's. I think they've had a little bit of nibbling in the past as well when facing each other, so there'll be no love lost there. Tweed stood over the ball, goes to play it into the box, does play it into the box, a great ball, Dobson's head meets it, and it goes over the bar. That brings towards half-time, and just to show that in the replay, to bring the close to the half, Tweed gives a nod to Dobson and Oki. It's a great ball in, missed by Westbrook, Atkinson in no man's land, and just spills over. So it does go into half-time. Everton with a goal behind, Portsmouth with a 2-1 lead after two fantastic goals from Chambers and Tregaskis, all to play for in the second half. We're excited to see how this one plays out after the 5 minutes interval. Game about to get back underway here at Reaseheath College, the home of amputee football, in the final EAFA Cup fixture today. Joined, of course, by Sean Jackson, Everton player. Portsmouth 2-1 up from the first half. Tregaskis and Chambers, two fantastic finishes. Seen them take the lead before a quick Everton free kick. Seen them get back into the game. Everton starting purposefully there, driving forward, cut out by Portsmouth, and Tregaskis back in possession of the ball, just slowing it down nice and gently to begin with, moving the ball from left to right. Westbrook, who's been fantastic, I must say, Sean, in this game, getting his touches in early doors.
Yeah, it's something Portsmouth are really good at, just killing games off, and that sort of game management from the likes of Ray Westbrook is something that Everton are going to struggle with in this next 25 minutes. Yeah,
Ray's someone that I've personally coached over many, many years, and I get a really good relationship with, and think a lot of, both on and off the pitch. A tremendous footballer that's got copious ability, experience, knowledge of the game, and it's certainly that mentality that's something that's of real strong, aggressive nature when you need it, particularly in games like today. But Tregaskis again driving forward, as he's done 3-4 times in this game, with his yellow boot that Everton are probably sick of seeing. Plays it to Yates, gets it back on the return. Tregaskis against heel, skips from inside, outside. It's a great save from Grace, but Dean want to save again! Dean percent, and it's in. It's 3-1 to Portsmouth. Oh my goodness, what a double save by Phil Grace! But it lands in the back of the net for the second time lucky through a great strike from Matt Dean. It'll be great to see this on the replay again. Sean, anything?
I mean, you've got to credit Phil for that sort of a save. And
yeah, it's
Tregaskis again causing the troubles.
Great combination play, as you see. A great first save by Grace, and then he just throws himself at it. But Matt squeezes it in between Tweed and the post and puts Portsmouth really in pole position now to lift the second piece of silverware of the season. It would see Portsmouth and Everton tied with 2 trophies each if they were to go on to win this. Of course, Everton winning the National League and the FA Disability Cup, which was live on BT Sport. Portsmouth earlier winning the League Cup and currently in pole position to get their hands on the EAFA Cup. But let's see how the next period of time plays out. Tweed playing to Dobson, looking to get back in it again. Tweed, it's a great strike directly across goal. Yates and Heald playing against each other. It's a free kick there. Yates just pushing his body into Heald. A little bit afters as well. I think there's a ferrule on the pitch that needs to be attached to somebody's crutch as well that's knocking around. But Everton, nonetheless, with a free kick. I think they're just going to put it directly into the mixer. Try to get back into it. It does go in there. It's a great header again by Westbrook. Dean on the transition, but Dobson snuffs it out with a great tackle. Punches it into Burbridge. Burbridge plays to Dobson. Gets it on the return. Josh runs beyond. Jackson was hopeful there that Burbridge was slid in and they were on to another attack.
Just that final quality in the final third.
For sure, and again I've mentioned it many, many times throughout today's stream, but massive thanks to the EAFA juniors who have joined us today. We've got 4 EAFA juniors dotted across the pitch, helping retrieve the balls, keep the multi-bill system in place, and also looking up to their heroes that are playing today across Chelsea, Everton, Portsmouth, many featuring previously within the junior programme. We can probably count up to 15 players, Sean, today that have been through the junior pathway, now playing domestically at the home of amputee football, which is something we're very, very proud of. Obviously, a massive thanks as well to Film My Match, who are broadcast partners for today, and we're looking forward to a really fruitful and exciting partnership with Film My Match in the coming season. Matt Dean and Heald, a challenge there. It's deemed a clean challenge, but Tregaskis on the recovery. That's also a clean challenge, and it comes off Ramsden. It doesn't come off Ramsden. Oh, it does come off Ramsden, and it is a Portsmouth kicking. Just seeing here a couple of meaty challenge, a great recovery there from Tregaskis, Sean.
Yeah, that sort of pace and power that he's got defensively, it's something Portsmouth will want to use in this last 15 minutes.
For sure, and I think it's probably right to say as the game gets stretched, based on myself and Sean's experience, the problem that Everton may have in their hands is as it becomes stretched, Portsmouth have got really quick players in the form of Chambers, Tregaskis, Dean specifically, that can really drive and cause problems and potentially widen the score in Tregaskis with a lovely bit of trickery under no pressure here, getting his touches in, a little spin on the ball as well with the sole of his foot to try and entice the Everton players out. They're trying to bring Everton out to put a little bit of a press on them and then play around them. Chambers finds Dean. Can he get there? It's a great tidy up by Tweed. This is where Everton need their composure on the transitions, though. They need to move it quickly. They need to be composed. Things like this where it's turning over a bit too much or it's slowing down doesn't help. But OK stepping in against Whitehouse. He can't foul him. Is the ball going to run out? Whitehouse trying to guard it. It does eventually run out of play, and it is given as a goal kick. Just a stoppage here in the middle of the pitch. Matthew Dean just down with a little bit of an injury. Martin Heald, his teammate, checking in on him. Knowing Martin the way I do, he's probably checking in, but also probably trying to have a little bit of a chat with Matt to try and put him off his game. There's just a substitution taking place here. Whitehouse is coming off, number 3, and he's about to be replaced by Kirk Hughes, who is number, fourth official just sorting it, number 4. Welcome to the game, Mr. Hughes. Making his way across. Once he's set in position, the game's going to get back underway here at the home of Amputee Football. A fantastic spectacle, one that I've thoroughly enjoyed, having worked with many of these players on show today. It's certainly competitive, but also compelling for amputee football here in England, but also across Europe and the wider world, that games of this magnitude are taking place. Tweed finds OK. Can he open it up? It comes back after the save from Axon. Oh, what a double save again from Axon from Ramsden. Still Tweed. Can Tweed find it? Oh, he finds the side netting. Dobson was waiting, and you'll see on the replays that Everton could have been back in the match. 2 outstanding saves by Thomas Atkinson. First and foremost here, as you'll see from Jamie Oakey, a low save, saved by the legs. It's actually a prosthetic limb. It's a great touch from Ramsden, and it's all but in, Sean. It's all but in, but what a save.
I mean, the first one's a great save. I think the second one, he's fully aware that Phil, my match, are down here, creating a spectacle for everyone to see. For sure.
Heald stepping in, and what I would say about Heald's position, which is interesting, is he's not particularly goal side of TJ Yates. He's gambling on his athleticism and also judgment of that through ball to try and pinch it as Everton try and build an attack in the final third, but an overrun pass sees Portsmouth gain possession as a kick in. Westbrook, a clever, experienced character, makes his way over slowly to the ball to get the game back underway. Couple of fake passes as well before he launches it down the line. It's a great block from Dobson that might turn it over here. OK judges the ball, bounced the ball wrongly. It then goes into the back of Tregaskis, who gets a free kick. Tregaskis has been, that must be his 6th foul, Sean, of today.
Yeah, he does buy them quite well.
Yeah, I think Sean's bias is definitely kicking in here about buying free kicks. It was for sure a free kick into the back of Jamie, and there's been a number of them today. Tregaska's been excellent, in fact, in today's match. Created chances, worked hard for his team. The only thing that he's done is maybe speak out of turn a couple of times to the referee. That's put him in a position where he can't make too many fouls now. It's a great ball from Chambers into Yates. Yates goes for the flick on. It's stopped by Tweed, and it eventually goes out for another kick in. Oakey trying to just keep it live there, and Chambers again, a very experienced individual, taking his time to get the ball set to kick this in at the home of Amputee Football. Chambers swings the ball in. It's a header from Yates, and it's glanced just wide. It's a fantastic header from Yates. He peeled in between the 2 central defenders, managed to get great contact on it. The perfect contact, but not quite perfect, as it just drifted wide. Heald misjudging the flight of the ball, but the game's back underway as Everton look to step in attack. Dobson, a great position. The touches are just a little bit loose in the final third from Everton, but Oakey, that's a great couple of touches. Oakey now steps into it, and he just plays it a bit too heavily onto the top of the bar, and it goes out for another goal kick. See here, Oakey skipping by Kirk before he plays on the outside of that boot. I think he was trying to find Ramsden, if I'm right in saying, Sean, it may be the back post. But nonetheless goes out for a goal kick. Atkinson getting his back underway. It's a great punch into the halfway line. Tweed loses Dean, who spins off him. Dean returns it to Yates. Yates going for a Puskas type award goal on the volley, and it doesn't quite come off. But Phil Grace getting the game back going again. Dave Tweed plays the ball up to Ramsden. The ball slippy, slidey, coming off the turf, and Thomas Atkinson, as we well know, darting to the ground as a little bit of a mock and a joke to make a save there. Great to see Portsmouth using the most of the substitution, as Matt Dean has been excellent in possession. Lucky maybe to still be on the pitch, I may add. Could have been cautioned twice in the first half. Makes his way off, and Shea Gray comes into the fray. Shea, another member of the junior programme, I won't get bored of saying that. Someone that's worked very, very hard to be in the position he is now as a regular player for Portsmouth Football Club, which is great to see. Chambers and Burbridge going to a 50-50, which Chambers gets the better of. Shea Gray, a great pass into TJ Yates, but TJ Yates' touch just takes it out of play. Martin Heal not got a lot to play with at the moment, so he plays directly, and the issue it comes to Tregaskis. It's a great tackle though from Ramsden, and it's a heavy touch from Oakey, and a great tidy up from Kirk that almost glances my forehead in the commentary gantry.
Almost taking those grey hairs away.
Yeah, almost for sure. TJ Yates' volley there, just seen it back on the replay. Great technique, just didn't quite connect with it how he wanted. Heald striving for now, trying desperately to get Everton back into this game. The game's never out of sight. There was a cup competition a few years ago which went to a final between Everton and Portsmouth. Everton were 2 goals clear, and Portsmouth scored 2 goals in the last 2 minutes of the game. But Tregaskis drives forward, tries to unlock Yates into the back of the net, but cut out well by Dobson. Tweed just taking his time to stay forward. It's interesting that Portsmouth are only really attacking with 2 players now, and they've got good numbers behind the ball, particularly on the last few occasions. Ramsden probably going to try and find Tweed, I would guess, in the middle of the pitch, which he does. Tweed opens out and plays a great pass to Burbridge, right in front of him to step onto. Back to Tweed. Tweed might let loose from here. Steps against Shea Gray, experienced against the young man Gray. Plays it wide to Burbridge. Burbridge and Westbrook in a good battle there. It's deemed that Westbrook's just come through the back of Burbridge's Achilles on a number of occasions, and Portsmouth seem to get the free kick and given against them. Everton setting up here with Dave Tweed. Goal changes everything, Sean.
Especially in this sort of time in the game where they do need to get one back. Again, you've got to remember Everton only needing a draw in this game. So.
For sure, that's a very, very important point. They only need 2 goals and not to concede, and they could also be on for the treble. The treble could be still coming to the Amputee, but there's a lot of work to be done in order for that to happen. Dave Tweed, can he get them back in the game? Sets a set push routine up. Oh, it comes off Tregaskis accidentally and punches off the post. It seemed like Everton were in there. Oakey at the back post. It made a great movement forward. Good hand signal, good talking. Just didn't get the contact with the bounce, and Tregaskis unexpectedly plays it off the post. Dobson with a corner. Plays to Oakey. Oakey plays to Tweed. Tweed across to Heald. Great chance. It's a heavy touch though from Heald. It turns over to Tregaskis. They could be in trouble here if he opens up. Tregaskis just loses it with good turnover and pressure from Tweed and also Heald. Heald and Tregaskis bumping into each other. Westbrook just punches that out, and Everton keep seeming to land on the ball, and they're creating a bit of pressure here on the Portsmouth back line. Plays it to Tweed, a man you do want in this position. It's a great strike, and it's a great save once again by Atkinson. Yep, it's a great tackle once again by Dave Tweed on Westbrook. They just land on everything at the moment. It's a great drive across, and it's out for a corner kick. The pressure is building. The Amputee on top at the moment. Great strike by Tweed. Great save by Atkinson. And a well-worked drive across goal clears for a corner. How are you feeling, Sean?
Well, under the lights now here at the home of Amputee Football, and it is nail-biting.
It is nail-biting. It's a very exciting time to be involved. Atkinson comes out and slips. It's actually a challenge from his own man Chambers. It seems to have taken his legs away from him, and it's a great forward pass, well weighted to Yates. Yates and Heald in a bit of a challenge. The advantage is played because it's a foul. Everton will be happy with that. It keeps the game flowing. It keeps them moving forward. They need to get back into this. Into Dobson. Dobson spins to Burbridge. Burbridge stuck in the mud, and it's pinched off Gray. It's a back tackle that needs to be a free kick, but it isn't given. Remarkably, and now a handball is given against Tregaskis, and Everton seem to be back in possession. They try and take a quick free kick again. Chambers stops the ball with his crutch, and we're just waiting to see what happens here. Chambers trying to stop the ball with his crutch, thinking that it wasn't live, but he appears, despite his best efforts to the referee, have picked up a caution for that, and understandably so, particularly after Everton's first goal in the first half where they played a quick free kick. Now Everton do need a goal here to get back in the tie. Tweed strikes it. It's a great save again from Atkinson. Atkinson has been phenomenal today, Sean.
He has. He's been a very busy man in between those sticks. Fair play, he's keeping them in the game.
Yeah, that sigh is obviously why Sean's a bit disappointed being an amputee and an Everton faithful, but it's a great touch from Oak at the edge. Tweed strikes again, and it's just heavy. It's very, very heavy. I thought they could have used Dobson there on the back line. He pulled into a great position, as we can see the ball coming across to Tweed, who just strikes over. But prior to that ball going across from the short corner, Dobson could have been in, but the pass just wasn't seen. Portsmouth now getting the game back underway. There's now a high press on the cards from Everton, of course, being 3-1 down. Atkinson drives it into Yates, just over hit and goes out for a goal kick. Everton's press is excellent. They're putting real pressure on Portsmouth to play out. And the one thing I would say about Thomas, despite all the fantastic saves, he probably needs to do a little bit better there at building the play up for Everton and hitting the centre man, Sean.
100%, yeah, that's where that game management we were on about in terms of Westbrook and what he brings to the table. He'll need to speak to his goalkeeper and make sure he's looking after that ball.
For sure, and I know that's something that Thomas is very passionate about improving. It's something that he's keen to develop as well. Tregaskis and Ramsden, two good friends there going into battle, two top players as well, top athletes going into competition there, and the ball spills out for a kick-in. As we know, kick-ins can be often used as set pieces, very similar to corners, because it is with the strike of the foot in amputee football, and it looks like they're going to load up the box here to get it directly, and it makes for an exciting spot, and then it comes, and it's punched over and out by Atkinson. The ball's still live though. It is worth noting you cannot score directly from a kick-in. The ball cannot hit the back of the net directly from a kick-in, only through an action from a player that it hits off, and that also includes the goalkeeper. Burbridge here, 1v1 against Hughes. Plays it into the box. It's a great ball in, but cleared again by Atkinson. I just thought Tweed was going to step into that there for a couple of years, but it didn't happen. Here they go, Reaseheath College. The lights were on, the lights are now off, but we're hoping the lights come back on for Everton as they need to get back into this match. Burbridge steps forward. He gets up off the floor after he's fallen. The game plays on. It comes to Heald. Heald, can he find Tweed? He doesn't find Tweed. He plays into Chambers. It's almost incredible how he's not seen the pass to Tweed there, Jackson.
Yeah, you can expect Tweedy. Yeah, you can see him now. He's not happy at all. That's the pass Heald needed to find, and again, it's that clinical ability to do it right in the final third. For sure, but Everton on the attack again here, having some real sustained pressure without much purchase of a goal. It's Ramsden though, skips by Chambers and Westbrook, skips by another. Can it be a goal? Oh, it's a great tackle by Atkinson once again. Another terrific stop. And here Tregaskis goes. Tweed dives in. Tregaskis on the move. It looks a great chance. Oki on the recovery. Plays it to Yates. Can he finish this tie off? It's 4-1 to Portsmouth. A great finish from TJ Yates after terrific work from Jamie Tregaskis on the transition. And that, folks, is how quickly amputee football changes from one end to the other, from potentially 3-2 to 4-1 down. It changes in a second. Kudos to Atkinson, kudos to Tregaskis, and a fantastic finish there from Yates. Yeah, it's very unselfish from Tregaskis to set TJ up there.
100.
And it does look like the tie is over and done with.
It does. It looks like the trophy is going back down south today, and Everton disappointed after the last two successes of the FA Disability Cup in the league. But Portsmouth still need to see this game out, Sean. As we said, we see games change thick and fast. There's a lot that can happen in 7 minutes plus added time. I just think it's very unlikely that Everton make their way back in to win this game. Worth noting a tactical change which has taken place in this second half, which was Burbridge dropping in and Tweed coming a little bit higher. We thought that was a free kick there on Shea Gray. Burbridge through his back, wasn't given. Heald plays to Oki, Oki back to Heald. Tregaskis and Heald collide, and it's out for a goal kick, celebrated by the Portsmouth faithful. Ray Westbrook with a big glaring smile on his face. And just seeing again the replay here, a great weight of pass from Tregaskis, and I must say it's great composure from Yates just to slide it by his former teammate Phil Grace. Game's ball back. The ball is back live, and Dobson playing it out here to Burbridge. It's a great tackle from Westbrook. It's a great pinch. He plays inside, which comes to again Tregaskis. Tregaskis. It's becoming a little bit bitty the match. Lots of fouls, lots of turnovers. Just need to keep the game flowing. It's been a fantastic spectacle. Tregaskis dancing. He's going forward. He's going backwards. He's in. He's out. He's hot. He's cold. He's doing whatever he wants to do now in the moment. And when you're 4-1 up, I suppose you can. Same as Atkinson now dancing on the ball against his teammate Tweed, the young and the old. Tweed forces him to smash that out of play though. And Phil Grace about to get the ball back underway. Everton need something special, Sean. They need something special quickly.
Yeah, we're after a bit of magic from Ramsden, from Oakey, from Tweedy, someone to bring a bit of purpose to this attack now.
For sure. Here, this might be the man now. Martin Hill once scored a fantastic goal against Turkey last year in a similar position in an international game here at Reaseheath College. But the ball turns over and Yates and Tregaskis go forward again. Dobson, can he pinch it? He does excellent on the recovery just to push it away from the Portsmouth players. Tregaskis just slowly walking over to the ball to get it back on the move. Owen Radley stood over, of course, having refereed a World Cup final not long ago at Galatasaray in Turkey, between Turkey and Angola. Wealth of experience taking on this big game on this big occasion. Here he comes, Tregaskis with his skippy-ups. Burbridge uses his body well, and I must say, good emotional control there from Liam Burbridge against the keepy-ups. I think if somebody was keeping the ball up against me, I wouldn't take too kindly to it. The ball that Westbrook receives, steps forwards with it, get locked down, but it's a great touch again by Westbrook. He's been one of my man at the matches, or man of the tournaments, would you say, Sean?
Yeah, I think we...
Oh, and it's another goal here, just as Sean goes to speak. Tregaskis, the architect, through a fantastic pass from Westbrook. It's 5-1, and Portsmouth are running riot in this final cup game of the group stage, which you'll see Portsmouth crowned champions. But you just need to appreciate Tregaskis' guile, his balance, just to push it, his awareness to where TJ Yates is, and it's a great finish from TJ Yates at the back post.
Yeah, it's another great goal for TJ there, and set up again by Tregaskis. And to be honest, we could see he was in that sort of a mood this morning when he arrived at Reaseheath.
For sure. There's a penalty being given here though. It is about to become 5-2, potentially, if the penalty is given and converted. Just trying to work out what's going on here. The Portsmouth players aren't happy with the decision that's been given. I'm sure we'll see it on the replay of what's played out and how it's played out. Tweed seemed to lose his footing in the box, but I was unsure if there was contact made. Westbrook certainly unhappy about it. He can't believe the decision that's taken place. He's saying unbelievable as he walks out the area. I'm sure we'll see in the replay what took place there to award the penalty to Everton. It looks like it's Ramsden that stood over it to try and bring the game back to 5-2 for Everton here. Had some successful penalties, Ramsden, this time. Also had some unsuccessful, most notably in 2017 where he made his debut. There's a yellow card being shown to one of the players, and that yellow card has been shown to Ray Westbrook, who's about to make his way off the pitch. We'll just see here in the replay, there was a collision that took place. As that collision took place, Tweed took it, and Tweed's just fallen off over with no contact. It's a terrible decision that's been made. But Ramsden about to take his penalty, about to step up to it. Ramsden to make it 5-2. Can he convert? We'll have a look now. Steps up to the spot. And it's a great finish from Ramsden. He goes to collect the ball. And notably, there isn't much time left, but they are down to 6 men now.
Yeah, it's a bit of a consolation for the second half that Everton have just had. Obviously not Westbrook's first red card, and I'm sure it won't be his last. For sure. I must say, I don't have sympathy for him in terms of how he's reacted eventually to it to get his dismissal, but it certainly is not a penalty, and it's a really poor decision that's been made there to give the penalty to Everton. It might not have any effect in this game, and I think for fairness, hopefully not any effect whatsoever, but we'll soon see how this plays out. As the game goes back live, Dobson takes a bit of a hit to the stump there. Ramsden gets the ball moving to Oakey. Oakey plays the ball to Heald. Heald takes a heavy touch. It's a strike. It's a great save again from Atkinson. They've had an abundance of opportunities. Tweed at the back post. Again, scratching his head how he's not received that pass. Just seeing a replay of the goal here. It's a great finish from Reece Ramsden to step up and put it into the top corner to bring the game to 5-2. Still in Portsmouth's favour. Dobson just in possession here. Switches the ball to Ramsden. Ramsden, it's a bit of a
challenging touch, so to speak, and this is a great battle here between Ramsden and Tregaskis. I'm sure this is one that Tregaskis will enjoy having the better if he can make it happen of his teammate, but Ramsden steps up very, very well. Heald coming flying in to put pressure on Chambers, and Portsmouth just restart the attack. And at this time of the game, just trying to take the sting out of it, Burbridge steps forward to put under a bit of pressure to Atkinson, who chops and twists, plays a pass to Shea Gray. It's a great out ball to Kirk. Kirk again finds Tregaskis, who it's a poor tackle from Heald, but he still got it. Tregaskis has been outstanding in this game. Atkinson, Tregaskis, both been exemplary. Westbrook up till his dismissal, phenomenal again. And of course TJ Yates has put some fantastic finishes in the back of the net, thanks to his teammates that have created some fantastic opportunities for him. Ramsden stepping forward here. It's a good tackle by Mickey Chambers. I think the first free kick's been awarded for the first trip on Ramsden. Sean, have you got anything to say in the closing minutes of this?
I mean, it's great to have another good spectacle for the sport being streamed live. Hopefully it's been an enjoyable one. Obviously not the right result for some of us, but fair play to Portsmouth. They've turned up today and punished Everton, rightly so. I think
when you look at the standard of Portsmouth goals, have been phenomenal, and I know that Everton have had a couple of their own, one a quick free kick and another penalty which shouldn't have been awarded, but all 5 of Portsmouth's goals have been in really good fashion, particularly the first 2, and then the third from Jamie Tregaskis, and how he created the openings for it to go into the back of the net was a really good watch, and I'm sure we'll see more of that across the social pages in the coming weeks as we continue to shout and spread the word of amputee football. Mickey Chambers, again former England international, just making his way over. Of course, architect of that first goal, and I must say possibly the goal of the day, opening his boot up to put it right into the top corner. A lovely, lovely finish. Oki stood a few yards away from Chambers. Chambers gets the ball going again. Tregaskis in a deeper position. Goes back to Atkinson. Atkinson about to open it up to Kirk. Stops it, he starts it, he dances. And he is possibly fouled by Tweed, but he finds his way to Shea Gray anyway. Gray plays up to Yates. That's better. Hold up play from Yates, and it spills out, and the game comes to an end. Portsmouth, who have been crowned EAFA Cup champions, a massive congratulations to Portsmouth, all the players and all the staff. Thoroughly deserved winners in this spectacle and exciting game that took place. And commiserations to, of course, Everton, who finished the game with 6 men after the dismissal of Westbrook, and of course finished runners-up in this tournament. So a massive congratulations once again to Portsmouth. Thanks to everybody that tuned in and viewed our first ever broadcast of amputee football domestically. We hope there's more to come from it. Thanks for all your support. We appreciate you tuning in. Continue to spread the word, and we look forward to seeing you all very, very soon.